Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film Group is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we're recording live from the Galaxy Hotel Casino discussing the 1996 sci-fi black comedy, Mars Attacks. This film was directed by Tim Burton with a screenplay by Jonathan Gems based off the trading card series by Lynn Brown, Woody Gelman, Wally Wood, Bob Powell, and Norman Saunders. With a list of successful and beloved films behind him, Tim Burton wanted to pay homage to the 50s and 60s low-budget sci-fi films that he watched growing up. With the aid of the Topps Mars Attacks card series, a staggeringly talented and iconic cast, and Tim Burton's unique eye and style, Mars Attacks is something special and strange. Although it wasn't necessarily embraced in the U.S. upon its release and remains a polarizing film to this day, it has still achieved cult status in the hearts of many horror fans. So, what did you guys think of Mars Attacks the first time you saw it?
I remember being a teen watching this because it just came out in 96. So I was already kind of, coming into my teenage years. And like, hey, what? But
was that an impression?
I was like, hey, how's it going, guys?
You were greeting your teenager.
But I remember watching this and fucking like falling in love with how silly this shit was, and the cast and everything was just like, what the fuck is happening? But it doesn't take itself serious. It knows exactly what it's doing, and it's just a fucking silly ass time. And Tim Burton, man, again, the way his eye for stuff is and the way things are, fantastic. I know we'll get into it more, but man, I can't wait for us to dive into this movie. I do remember too showing this movie. We showed the kids this movie, and Jackson fell in love with this. And then so covering it for the show, it was like, oh man, just another excuse to watch Mars Attacks.
Well, I can see and I can understand because I know when I was a kid, I fell in love with it too. Mm-hmm. I was 5 years old in 96?
Yeah.
So this is thank you for doing the math for me.
I'm like,
1, 2, 3, 5. I just loved it so much. Everything about aliens I was all about.
Yeah.
Everything about skeletons I was all about. And these Martians have a little bit of both.
Oh,
they do.
Yeah.
But I remember watching it so much on repeat. Mm-hmm. And it's just a very, very, and I don't know why I've not watched this in years.
Yeah.
But it was such a childhood staple. And returning to it, there is an incredibly powerful nostalgia.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't know how much that will influence scores later.
It will.
Okay.
Yeah. Well.
But I think the thing is that it is just a very specific feeling and era that is they're trying to capture here.
Yeah.
And you can tell that it's a passion project.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Because there is so much in it that is just a matter of these are the films that I grew up loving, and I'm doing my version of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that, bottom line, it is just fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the quintessential turn your brain off and enjoy it kind of a movie.
Yeah.
1,000%.
You could argue that there is a bit of satire here.
I think that there is.
I do too.
Especially looking at it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the thing is that it's so lighthearted and tongue-in-cheek that it almost doesn't even matter, that element of it. So, you can enjoy it without digging into it. If you want to say, oh, this is kind of a criticism of,
No.
that's fun too.
Yeah.
But not needed.
No. But I don't know. I think it's just a lot of fun. I will say the characters are big and ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
The music is like the secret weapon.
Yes.
I love it so much. As you had mentioned, the cast is insane. The people that keep popping up.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're in this too?
Yeah.
It's a surprise like every single scene. The production design is off the charts.
Yes.
I just think that it is a ton of fun. I will say, if I have one complaint with it,
Yeah.
it is the time we spend with certain characters.
Yeah.
I think that's my only thing, and the fact that you really don't. It's more about moments than it is about narrative.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
This film is about set pieces and ridiculous things that we can get these Martians to do.
At its core.
I guess. So I mean, if you want a narrative, probably not. But I mean, at the same time, that is those films where it is these set pieces. You have your group of people, but it's really secondary to the spectacle.
Yeah.
But it is a ton of fun, and it was fun to revisit.
Absolutely. I did want to speak to you saying that it was a passion project. I watched an interview with Tim Burton from 96, and the interviewer basically was like, the question sounds ugly, but he didn't say it mean, but like, who is this for? Like, who did you make this for? And he stopped for a minute and he was like, well, like, first and foremost, for me. He was like, you have to. He goes, because if nobody else likes it, at least you did. He was like, I don't stop to think about who I'm making things for, or else I'm not going to make them. He was like, I just have to be passionate about it, because I think he said that he's too lazy or he doesn't have the capability to work hard on something that he doesn't care about.
Hey.
And I respect that.
With that in mind, as you had mentioned in your intro, I can absolutely understand the people who love this film and the people who hate it.
Definitely.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
I will be completely honest. Until I started doing my research on this, I did not know that there were people that didn't like this movie. I thought it was just one of those that everybody was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, this is great. No, there are people that fucking hate this movie.
Why?
You got to buy in.
You have to. Yeah.
No, yeah,
If you're not ready to like jump in with both feet, I can definitely see like T was saying, narratively. Especially after a certain point, it's kind of a mess, but you have to buy in to not care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I watched it as well over and over and over again. We watched it together a lot. And it is weird. We did revisit it, I think, in 2020 to show the kids, because we were, we couldn't do anything. We were watching movies every night. But other than that, I haven't seen this. I haven't watched it since, and I hadn't seen it for years before, which is weird for a film that I grew up loving so much.
Yeah.
But I think, and John Paul, you wanted to cover this. We put it on the schedule probably months ago.
Uh-huh.
And I think that it just accidentally ended up being the perfect time for a just fun, action-filled, hilarious, star-studded blast after the cerebral and surreal heaviness that we have gone through this week. And I know Mayhem was a little pit stop, but it wasn't enough. But it's a blast. I still love it. My score will be heavily influenced by nostalgia. I know that it's not a perfect film. To some people, it's not even a good film.
Yeah.
But quite frankly, I don't really care. I think that the things that this film are lacking as far as why somebody wouldn't like it, that's not what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
It's not trying to be anything but what it is. And it's a good time.
And I will say that the era that they're capturing, they are given the perfect get out of jail free card
Yeah.
for any complaint that you might have.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah. And for an hour 45, I feel like it does really good at, like you were saying, and I don't think the narrative I understand, but I feel like to me, I'm watching it kind of like a comic. We're gonna come back to these people eventually or whatever. I just need the whole overarching thing is aliens are fucking us up.
Yeah.
So we've got to do something.
And I will say, that, like you said, T, the characters are very big and almost like caricature-like.
Right.
But I remember my memories as a kid watching this is that we knew them so well. And the time that you really get with them, you don't know them. Like the film really utilizes these like caricatures to be like, oh, that's art. Like, of course he would do that. You know what I mean? We don't know. We've spent 3 minutes with him. Like, we don't fucking know him.
What's wild as well is I feel like my memory of the character interactions are completely wrong.
Yes.
No, yeah, that I will give you too.
Like
so many of them don't even mean
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a completely different film in my head coming back into this.
For a majority of it, I kind of was like, oh, okay, I do remember that. But there was some times when I was like, that's not how I remember that at all.
No, it's funny how nostalgia can paint something.
Yeah.
Literally. But I did want to talk a little bit about the production. There is production notes on the DVD where it's like the kind that's text and you have to scroll through it. It was pretty cool. And I got a lot from an Inverse article and just watching interviews from back in the day. This was fun to kind of try to dig shit up on because it is weird. We all talked about it that there is not like a Blu-ray with like a special, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a documentary or like this seems like the film to have something like that.
You would think, especially with all the big names in it.
Yes.
And then it's
Tim
just
Burton.
it's just over the top.
And the elements involved.
Yeah.
The technology you want to see piece by piece it being
Absolutely.
put together.
That's true.
But according to screenwriter Jonathan Gems, he said that it all started when he was looking for a gift for Tim Burton's birthday. And he was in a store and found some Topps trading cards. One series was Mars Attacks from 1962. And the other one was Dinosaurs Attack.
Okay.
So Jim said that a year or so before, he and Tim Burton had gotten stoned and watched The Towering Inferno. And since they were stoned, they thought that it was hilarious. And Tim Burton was like, we should make a disaster film. So when Jim's gave him the cards, Tim Burton's like, that's it. This is what we're making the film. Dinosaurs Attack. Literally.
Wow.
So this was short-lived because they found out that Spielberg, not only they were like Jurassic Park, how the fuck do you follow that?
Yeah.
But he was making a second one. And so they were like, okay, dinosaurs is not dinosaurs is not the way to go. So they set their sights on Mars Attacks. And Tim Burton on that on the production notes on the DVD, there was a quote from him saying that the trading cards had come and gone so quickly that until he saw them again, he almost thought that he had dreamed them or imagined them. Yeah, because they came out and kids loved them and they were like, no, this is inappropriate. There was this huge uprising that they were too violent for kids and they got pulled. I think it was like a few years.
But it reminds me a lot of what happened with like EC Comics in the 50s,
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like Congress is like, these comic books
Yeah,
are...
it's like,
Yeah.
really? That's what we're fucking worried about?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why what we see happen
Yeah.
in Congress.
That's a really good point. But like I said in the intro, Tim Burton loved the old sci-fi movies from the 50s and 60s. And he said that he wanted to take the spirit of those old cheap movies and do it for not cheap. And when he pitched it to Warner Brothers, they bought the rights for him from Mars Attacks.
Oh, damn.
Well, he had to have had the clout at that point.
Absolutely.
sure.
That's the thing is if you look at his filmography before this, it's like we were talking about in The Nightmare Before Christmas, which again, he did not direct.
Yeah.
At that time, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. And that's part of the reason that this cast is what it is because everybody wanted to work with him. And I was interested to learn that this was initially conceived as a stop motion film.
Really?
Yeah. But and from what I had read, they had even built sets and like made puppets with like accurate joints and like
oh man,
they had really put some stuff into it. But according to the art director, when Warner Brothers saw the implied budget of this version of the film, they were like, absolutely not.
I think coming off of The Nightmare Before Christmas and all these other projects, and even Beetlejuice has some stop motion elements too.
Yeah.
it did.
There's a lot of things that he's worked with previously that it was surprising to see him make the leap into CG for this film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I know it's something that we'll talk about a little bit later as well. But that was something that did surprise me to see Tim Burton using CG.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least in 1996, because I think those Disney films he made are very...
Yeah, we're talking about Mars Attacks.
Like, we're still in the 90s.
Yeah.
But with the stop motion thing killed, they got to work on this live action and very darkly comedic homage to 50s and 60s sci-fi. So Tim Burton wanted this huge spread out cast of characters to the point where when Jims was writing the screenplay, he had an index in the back to keep everything straight. Where these people were, who they were related to, what their motivations were. Like he had it all. And that's not because we're going to talk about other people who had their hands in the script and they were like, that is not a thing that I've ever seen before. I think it's like 22. The character number is huge, but Jonathan Jim said that he had to cut it down from 60, that Tim Burton had wanted 60 characters in this. And we do kind of go all around the world. There were so many more countries and monuments and stuff that we were supposed to see that we did not see. And I already feel like we get so much and to think that the characters were going to be literally double plus.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that would look like.
Well, in an hour 40, how are you even...
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like, meet this person. No, moving on. But so Jims is writing and he's submitting these drafts to Warner Brothers. And there was one thing that is included in the cold open of this film that we will talk about when we get to the cold open of this film. But Warner Brothers was like, take that out. We don't want that. And he's like, yeah, okay. And then he kept submitting drafts and it was still in there because he's like, I'm not taking it out. It is literally a card from the Mars Attacks series.
Yeah.
We're not taking it out. It's important. We're not taking it out. So he kept resubmitting it. And they said, if you submit this one more time and that is still in there, you're fired. So he submitted it. I think he said it was like the 11th draft. He submitted it. It was still in there. They said, you're fired.
Good Lord.
Come on.
If it's what I think it is, that is unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah. and their reasoning.
Someone?
And again, Jims was 1,000% right. They were 1,000% wrong. And what's funny is all of this drama, and it is in the film.
Yeah.
But on his way out, he recommended a screenwriting duo. He was brought back later because this duo worked on the script and they have no writing credit on the film. But he recommended them because they had done Ed Wood for Tim Burton just before this.
Right.
It's Scott Alexander and Larry Karaszewski. And I was just scrolling through their IMDb. Okay. Like I said, they did Ed Wood. They would go on to co-create and write for American Crime Story.
Really?
Yeah. But together they wrote Man on the Moon, Screwed, Big Eyes, the Goosebumps movie, Dolomite Is My Name,
Really?
and 1408.
Really?
Yes.
We've talked about them
We've
before?
talked about them before. But they said that essentially they took Jims's prose and translated it into a traditional screenplay and kind of adjusted things as needed because Jims's version was much darker. A lot more darkly comedic, a lot more death, a lot more violence, a lot more stuff like that. And I guess the studio was like, nah. So they kind of tailored it, and then Jims was brought back. But I just wanted them to get their flowers because they're not mentioned at all. All of the Mars Attacks cards creators have writing credits, but they don't.
I wonder, that's weird.
Yeah. But they got this huge cast together, which we will talk about as we go on. And they shot from January to June 96. And when it came out, it was not very well received. And again, I don't know, maybe because we were in Germany when this came out. I literally had no conception that anybody didn't like this movie. I really didn't.
I know I didn't see it in the theater. I do remember watching it on DVD, so it had to be at least a year or so after. But I mean, I kind of feel the same way because I'd watch it with one of my older brothers, and then whenever we'd hang out, again, as we got older, we would still watch it with our friends. Same thing as Tim. We'd get high, and then we'd sit there and watch it, and it was like, this is great.
Same thing as Tim.
Same thing as Tim. I feel like it is a matter of simply, it's almost like an inside joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're not in on it, or you don't really buy into it, or you don't feel the vibe of it, then I can very easily see people being like this. And coming from Tim Burton, you're like, this is not what I expect.
It's not. And they said that they really loved it overseas.
We did.
So it's true. But I read a thing from Olan Jones, who's in the film, and she said that when they were at the premiere and the audience was not laughing, she was like, this did not land. They don't get it. Like, then she knew.
Yeah.
But Jim's even said that Tim Burton had secured a project that he was really excited about with Nick Cage playing Superman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And after this came out, Warner Brothers was like, nah. And he never got an explanation as to why it was shut down or canceled or whatever.
Wow.
And they think that it was punishment for the way that Mars Attacks was received.
There are like concept photos and costume tests of Nick Cage. I've seen it before.
I've seen those
That bums
too.
me out, man, because come on.
Well, yeah.
He was like a long-haired Superman. He was.
What's just Nick Cage?
Yeah. Not even Clark Kent. It's just Nick
No,
Cage.
yeah, that's
Nick Cage. But it did make me sad because Tim Burton said that it was very like emblematic of how he felt misplaced in Hollywood at the time. Just like people, like you didn't get it, And Jim said that he even talked about never making another film again because he was so devastated by the way people reacted to Mars Attacks, because it was a passion project. It was something that he really put everything into and was really, really excited about. But obviously, and luckily, he didn't never make a film again.
Right.
And Mars Attacks it's polarizing, but the people that love it, I think, really love it.
Yeah.
Now, before we invade this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's come in peace. The film opens with the standard Warner Brothers logo displayed in front of a bright blue sky with fluffy white clouds. But among these clouds, a silver saucer-shaped UFO spins continuously until it maneuvers its way across the screen and out of sight.
Good old-fashioned submersion.
Yes.
It's been a while.
It has been a while, and we love it every time.
Yeah.
On a country road, we get on-screen text that reads, 4 miles outside of Lockjaw, Kentucky, Tuesday, May 9th, 6:57 p.m. Mr. Lee, played by Chi Huang Kai, walks to the curb to throw trash into the cans, but he's stopped by Hillbilly, played by Tommy Bush. Sitting on his tractor, he asks Mr. Lee if they're celebrating Filipino New Year. I was like, all right, be careful.
Hold on.
Yeah, what is this? But when this question is met with confusion, he continues in his southern drawl that it smells like they're cooking up a feast. He could smell it from the interstate. He inquires further, assuming that it's barbecue, but Mr. Lee smells it now too. Sniffing the air, he looks around, declaring that smell isn't coming from his house.
But it does smell good.
But it smells great. As a bright glowing light appears on the horizon, Hillbilly asks what the rumbling sound is. As Mr. Lee's wife and 2 children run out of the house and cross the yard over to him, the source of the glowing light reveals itself. A stampede of flaming cows race down the street and past the home. Fire licks at their backs and heads, growing stronger in their haste. The 4 stand in awe, looking at the cows as they go, and chaotic music mounts. But suddenly, everything goes quiet when a flying saucer rises above the family's home with an otherworldly whirring sound. This is what Jim's fought for, was the flaming cows.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be something else.
No. The studio said that it was animal cruelty. And Jonathan Jims was like, they're not real cows. They were fighting and fighting and fighting. That's why he got fired.
That's very surprising.
Yeah.
Because it's literally on a trading card. The running cows on fire, that's one of the cards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will say, seeing that, I realized how much I don't remember from this film. Because you would think that would stick with you, but it did not.
Doesn't.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't remember that either.
No, well,
No.
it only goes up from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest.
And then the sight of the UFO within the first like 30 seconds, I'm
Yeah.
like, there is no ambiguity here.
Yeah, no. And wasn't that a rumor that they were taking cows or something, or they were?
That was,
yeah.
the mutilation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, which honestly, we need to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah. So what the fuck was
That's
that?
fucking frightening.
One way or the other.
Yeah, whoever's doing that, that's too much.
They need
Yeah.
to be stopped.
Yeah.
But the celestial sound is reflected in the score as we follow the UFO high above the Earth. We see the Earth from a distance as we get the credits gliding along the spiky surface of a planet. And when the saucer rises into our view again, it is not alone. The main theme plays as a countless number of silver flying saucers spin their way towards Earth, Mars presiding huge and red behind them as they make their way through the blackness, stars, and continued credits. As they descend on our silly little planet, we finally get the title in melting green text. Mars attacks! Exclamation point.
I promised myself I wouldn't cry. I loved it. That looked fantastic.
Oh, it is.
So good.
If I'm not mistaken, the saucers and a lot of these objects that we see that are metal, it was created by Warner Digital, but all of the Martians and everything we see with the CG was Industrial Lights and Magic.
Okay.
Oh.
So there was like a separation and differentiation here.
Yeah.
But we gotta talk about the music.
Can we
Yeah.
This is like ingrained in my heart, especially the opening theme. It's so perfect. The marching beat, the theremin.
Yeah.
The theremin's the secret weapon here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What was it? The theremin's the key to all of this. But I wanted to talk about Danny Elfman, who of course was the composer. The interesting thing is, I read an interview in The Companion. He and Tim Burton had a falling out after The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Understandably.
Yeah. I think it was in conjunction because Tim Burton was directing, I think, Batman Returns.
Right.
And Henry Selick was working on TNBC.
Yeah.
That's a long title to say.
To those in the know.
But he wouldn't specify about what happened, but Danny Elfman said they had a, quote, meltdown.
Ooh.
I mean, but if you, and we did talk about this
We did.
Yeah.
in our episode covering it. I don't know what number that was, but he kind of went through a lot, Danny Elfman,
He did.
Yeah.
like emotionally on Nightmare. So, I mean, on TNBC.
Thank you. And you can hear about it on episode 188.
Thank you very much.
No problem. But the thing is after this little meltdown between them and them not talking at all, Tim Burton goes and he makes Ed Wood.
Yeah.
And Danny Elfman is not the composer.
Oh shit.
Which honestly, I'm sure the score is amazing. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say it was Howard
It
Shore.
was. It was.
But it's upsetting to see that he wasn't able to do this. And he even felt upset about it because it's kind of capturing again this era that he's always wanted to work in.
Yeah.
These B-movie sci-fi, and it's perfect.
And his music and Tim Burton's visuals just go hand in hand.
Yeah.
They actually talked about it in the interview, and Danny Elfman said that after this came out, he missed not working on Ed Wood. And his agent gets a call from Tim Burton's people, and this shows how far apart they were, because what was asked of the agent is, do you think Danny would ever want to speak to Tim Burton again?
Ooh.
And he was like, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And so whenever it comes time for Mars Attacks, and I would imagine working on Ed Wood and Mars Attacks, that's like a straight line to,
Oh, yeah.
From this thing to the next thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of the second chance for Danny Elfman to play in the sandbox. And so whenever he meets up with Tim Burton at a restaurant, they hadn't seen each other or talked since then.
Yeah.
And so whenever they do see each other, all they do is they look at each other and they just hug and just forget about it.
Oh.
Well, they're friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they talk about the project, of course, and it isn't, I think, until after they have the rough cut of the film that Danny Elfman gets involved and starts working on the score.
Okay.
But he was talking about it and he said, this is my childhood. This is my whole childhood.
Yeah.
And so he's watching it and he said that seeing it, it reminded him of him bonding with Tim Burton in the first place, the origins of their friendship when they worked on Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Oh, yeah.
He said watching these films is what we talked about first.
Yeah.
And so it's not only a return to his childhood, but it's like honoring their friendship. It's a whole thing.
It's kind of the perfect thing to reunite on.
Exactly. And so he had said that whenever he saw the rough cut of the opening, he said this has only happened one other time in his career, and it was the theme from The Simpsons. But he saw it, and he had the whole thing in his head immediately.
Okay.
I read him saying that he ran out to go jot down because he was like, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
I read a quote from him and I was like, God damn it, that's a beautiful way to say it. But he said that it was like walking up to a tree and picking off a ripe piece of fruit when usually he has to climb into the tree and hack the fruit off with a machete.
That's amazing.
Okay.
I was like, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
He had said that watching it and getting these ideas and how quickly everything was coming to him, he said, I shouldn't even be getting paid for this.
I love that.
But his inspirations were obviously films of that era.
Right.
He said a few Russian composers. He said 60s lounge, which we do hear later.
Yes.
And he said Bernard Herrmann.
Okay, yeah.
But it's seriously one of the secret weapons of this film. I love this score so much.
It's honestly perfect.
Yeah, I will say that too. And thinking about it as you mentioned all of that and listening to you guys, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, man, the music on that really helps carry the story and feeling of what's going on throughout. And that's the same thing with this as well. Again, it does do a lot of lifting because it's like, oh, this is silly, right? And then you hear the music, it's like, okay.
Okay, it is. Yeah.
And he mentioned, he was like, there's a lot of tongue in cheek
Yes.
in this. And it is. It's just a lot of fun.
It sets such a perfect tone too. Like you were saying, it's like, okay, now I kind of know what I'm getting myself into. But back on Earth, we're at the White House. Text on screen reads May 10th, 11:25 a.m. President James Dale, played by Jack Nicholson, looks over grainy photographs of UFOs, his face etched in concern as he flips through them. Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. I felt very foolish because I was very surprised. I was like, wow, Jack Nicholson and Tim Burton working together?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, wait.
No,
He was only the Joker.
Yeah. No big deal.
Yeah.
But I read Jonathan Gems was saying that it took Jack Nicholson, because this had a $70 million budget.
Damn.
I read 70, I read 80, but I've read 70 more. But they said that back then you needed a name to secure that kind of a budget. Jack Nicholson was a name that could secure that budget. So was Harrison Ford.
Okay.
And so was Michael Douglas. And neither of them were available. And again, like you said, T, he had worked on Batman with Tim Burton. So he was game. And we were talking off mic about how it seems like he's having so much fun. And we'll talk more later about something else that he's doing. He is not taking himself like it just seems like everybody was having a really good time.
Yeah.
I did read, according to Matthew Berry, the casting director, that everyone got paid the same except for Jack Nicholson, who got paid more. And like I understand, I'm not saying that Mars Attacks would not have been made had it not been for Jack Nicholson, but the film that we got would not have been made. Okay. Because they wouldn't have had the budget for it. Right. But I was reading some stipulations that were in his contract.
Oh, no.
He said that he was not exceeding 10-hour workdays. And his 10-hour workdays included being picked up, being dropped back off, and his makeup.
He's like, I live 4 hours away.
I was going to say, what the
Apparently
fuck?
they put him up in a really nice hotel, and but they said that usually he was out by 6 because he wanted to golf.
All right. I mean, priority.
Yeah.
I know.
I will say I saw this interview with Glenn Close, actually, who I know will.
Right.
But she had said that during one of the days on set, he had leaned over to her, and this is just an example of how much he loved working with Tim Burton. He had said, I wish Tim Burton would be for me the way Scorsese is for De Niro.
Oh.
Okay.
Like he wanted to work with him
all the time.
All the time.
Oh.
And something very funny about him playing the president that I read in this book, it's Burton on Burton. And we received it from great friend of the show, TJ.
Thank you, TJ.
But in the book, he had said Tim Burton was talking about what was necessary every day on set for Jack Nicholson playing the president.
Mm-hmm.
It started as a joke, but whenever he would arrive on set, they would play Hail to the Chief. But then it became necessary. Like, it was part of this thing where it's like he needed it to get into character to play the president.
Wow.
I love that. That's hilarious.
Is they coming out running from backstage?
Yeah.
But President Dale looks up at Press Secretary Jerry Ross, played by Martin Short. Just this room, just in the White House, it's like the cast starts coming and they don't stop coming.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
everybody that's introduced, I'm like, I don't remember Martin Short. I don't remember Glenn Close. I don't
Yeah.
and I think that it's something that you can't fully appreciate until you do get older. But this cast is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But when Dale asks Jerry's opinion, the press secretary is all smiles. He assures Dale that the people are going to love this, and the only true conflict they have is whether to interrupt the 6 o'clock news or wait for prime time.
Is his vibe, Ross, like kind of creepy?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I was like, what's wrong?
He's got his own style.
He does.
What's wrong with
I thought,
Why am I uncomfortable?
I was like, are the Martians here already?
But behind him, General Decker, played by Rod Steiger, jumps to his feet, declaring, "Screw the press." He is emphatic that this is a need-to-know situation. It should be kept top secret, and they need to move in with DEFCON 4.
Real quick, if I may, Rod Steiger. I did recognize him. I recognized him from End of Days with Arnold Schwarzenegger in '99. But he also did, and I went and I was like, oh man, this dude's been going for a while. He did On the Waterfront from '54. In the Heat of the Night from '67, and American Gothic from '87. I was like, okay, dude.
Damn.
Yeah.
I remember he was also in Dr. Zhivago,
Oh.
Okay.
A Lean Night.
A lean
Yeah.
But Dale raises his hand to silence the general, and Jerry rebuts that they can't just sit on this. Moving on from the two opposing opinions, Dale shifts his gaze to General Casey, played by Paul Winfield.
One more time. But Paul Winfield, again, I know there's a lot of big name actors in this movie, but there's also people that play supporting roles, or you know what I mean, that are in movies we see all the time. I recognized him from The Terminator, again, alongside Schwarzenegger from '84. He played alongside another person that we'll meet in this movie later, in Original Gangsters from '96. He was in Tyson from '95, and he did The Serpent and the Rainbow in '88.
Oh.
Yeah.
But keeping his cool, Casey asks if they even know that they're hostile. The hot-headed Decker doesn't appreciate the speculation. He asserts that the planet is surrounded by thousands of warships. But keeping a calm gaze focused on the president, Casey only asks, do we know they're warships? Professor Donald Kessler, played by Pierce Brosnan, sits by, silently smoking his pipe until Dale asks him directly what we know about them.
Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah. James Bond.
I was going to say, that's my Bond.
Yeah,
But-
and he had already been James Bond at
Yeah.
this point. I read that he had really wanted to work with Tim Burton, and according to him, he had even read to be Batman.
I could see that.
Really?
But when he said that he went in to read for it, and he was talking shit about the costume and was like, why is the underwear on the outside? And he was like, I blew it.
Well, it's a great question. So-
We're all thinking that.
I mean, yeah, we've all thought it too. And Superman, those are his pajamas or whatever.
Yeah.
the fuck. This is what he was draped in whenever he fell to the planet. It's got a big fucking S on it.
Yeah.
I feel like
It means peace or whatever. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like
It's for Superman.
that you've
wrong
ranted
letter.
about
Yeah.
this before.
Well, because it's insulting our intelligence, I think is what it is. I'm sorry.
I did find it interesting, too, that the first person in mind to play Kessler was Hugh Grant.
Really?
Ah.
Yeah. And Hugh Grant did not just step in the room right now. That was me.
Oh, I was like,
thought.
excuse me, Hugh.
Yeah.
But Kessler explains that we know they're technologically advanced, which suggests that they're peaceful because advanced civilization is by definition not barbaric. Visibly annoyed, Decker takes off his hat and makes a show of rubbing his forehead. But the professor assures the president that this is a great day. He and his colleagues are all extremely excited.
That is where I feel like some of the satire can come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Advanced is not barbaric. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Do we really know that?
yeah.
What was the name of this movie again?
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited too, but
Yeah. Maybe we should be a little cautious. But Dale smiles and rises from behind his desk, musing over the concept of extraterrestrial life.
I will say the subtitles are very kind to Jack Nicholson because he straight up says extraterrestrial life. I figure they were like, dude, we were at 9 minutes and 59. Yeah. 9 hours and 55 minutes for Jack. We can't do it
We
again.
gotta take him home.
Yeah. We'll just lose that R. It's fine.
I did not even catch that. That's fucking hilarious.
It's just funny because he muses over it so strongly and it's like, you are not even saying it right.
it's a 45-minute ride, dude.
Yeah.
No, we gotta go.
Tea time's at 8.
Yeah.
But he tells Jerry that he agrees, that people are going to love it because it's a momentous occasion. Decker tries to interject, but Dale continues forward calmly. They're telling the media, and he's going to wear his cerruti suit. He tasks Jerry with writing him a good speech, stately and historical, but still warm and neighborly. Abraham Lincoln meets Leave It to Beaver. Decker sinks down into his couch, defeated, and Jerry smiles. In another room, Taffy Dale, played by Natalie Portman, sits bored on a couch.
I have to say, 5-year-old Travis, it was like, why do birds suddenly appear? But I was, again, just surprised to see her here at all.
Yeah.
I will say her character arc is so odd in this movie. I don't quite understand.
It really is, and that's why I'm like...
It's like a silent film of inconvenience.
Yeah.
Just over and over again.
It feels like maybe... because this is like the MTV era and stuff, and it's probably me reading too much into it, but I'm like, is she just like the symbol of like the detached teen? You know what I mean? Because there's shit that she should be way more invested in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this girl does not give a fuck.
There is one shot that her reaction is kind of wild. And I'm like, was this filmed on different, like, do you know what's going on? Really?
Do you know what you're reacting to?
They didn't have a scale there to show her.
Yes. But her mother, First Lady Marcia Dale, played by Glenn Close, rummages through fabrics presented to her by the White House director, played by Joseph Marr. Glenn Close.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah. I read that they were thinking Stockard Channing,
Okay.
Meryl Streep,
Oh, wow.
or Diane Keaton for the First Lady.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think that they all would have brought something completely different.
Yeah.
I think that Glenn Close is really fucking funny, though, in this role. But she tosses the fabrics aside one by one. And when the decorator recommends watered silk, especially since it's on sale this week, Marcia declares that she doesn't need to worry about that because her husband is leader of the free world.
Again, that's a lot. Well, because she was already talking about it and she was like, oh, Nancy, this and that, like Nancy Reagan.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, so she's the president's wife. And she's like, my husband's the president. Yeah. Or whatever. It's like, but then you forgive it because the writing, it's not something that you're.
That's the thing.
Right.
And
You know?
I think that we need to meet these people and get down to fucking business on who
Yes.
they are because we got to move on.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it feels like.
You get the little tiny characteristics quick.
Exactly.
That's it. Yeah.
Mhm. Caricatures, like you said.
Yeah. But she asks for Taffy's opinion, and Taffy wonders why her mother can't just leave the Roosevelt room the way the Roosevelts wanted it. Marcia laughs at this and takes a jab at Eleanor Roosevelt's style. Taffy tries to remind her that this is not her house, but Marcia snaps at her daughter that if she's going to keep being a pest, she's just going to ignore her.
She's lovely.
Just then, the White House photographer, played by Ken Thomas, comes in. Marcia effortlessly centers herself perfectly in the middle of the ornate windows behind her. The decorator stands by with a smile, but Marcia silently yet firmly nudges him out of the photo just before the bulb flashes.
All right.
I thought that was hilarious because she's like, this is about me.
Yeah.
But over the Sphinx outside of the Luxor, we get text that reads, Las Vegas, Nevada, Wednesday, May 10th, 1:43 p.m. Inside, dressed as a bejeweled Egyptian pharaoh, Byron Williams, played by Jim Brown, poses for photos.
The astonishing return of Jim Brown?
Yes.
Yeah. I also recognized him as well.
Yes.
And I was like, we see this dude a lot. So I did want to check it out, and I do remember that he was a fullback for the Cleveland Browns when he did play in the NFL.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's. It said, the article I read said that he's always brought up when the talk is about the best NFL players ever. He started acting in '64. He made the kind of transition over. And some of the movies that I had remembered him from was The Running Man from '87. And then he did 3 the Hard Way in '74. And then he was also in I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker in '88.
Oh.
And then he did Any Given Sunday in '99. And he's been steadily working and doing TV stuff and all that. And I was like, okay, cool. I was like, that's really cool, man. That's badass.
I feel like his role is kind of the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know?
And I will say something odd later because they talked about the studio kind of thinking that this was a straight up sci-fi film with aliens and a hero that like rallies people against these aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And so they said that, or Jonathan Gems said that the screenwriting duo that was brought on board gave them the hero that they wanted in kind of a way that still served the film that they were making, but to kind of placate them.
Mm-hmm.
And the hero that he said was created for this role is not Byron. I think that Byron is, if there is a hero in Mars Attacks, it is Byron.
Yeah.
I would agree 100%, but I see who they would say is.
Yeah.
As far
Okay.
as like audience like insert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I guess if you do look at it like that, I mean, when we talked about Train to Busan, Byron is more kind of like a Songhua.
Okay.
Also the heart.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah.
That's spot on, dude. That's spot on. Yeah, that's good. But 3 nuns, played by Gloria M. Malgarini, Betty Bunch, and Gloria Hoffman, giggle happily after he takes a picture with them. One nun excitedly tells Byron that she saw him fight Sonny Liston in 1969. With a smile, Byron asks if she was a nun by then, and she insists that she was. They've always loved the fights. I was like, okay, sister,
Yeah.
damn. And seeing nuns in a casino really put me in the mood for Sister. If I'm being honest. But the nuns continued to giggle gleefully when a voice over the intercom alerts Byron that he has a phone call. He politely excuses himself. And when he answers the phone, Louise Williams, played by the Pam Grier.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah. She's on the other end calling from an apartment. But I get so excited every time I see her.
Yeah.
And this was the year before Jackie Brown.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is unbelievable.
Yes.
And I know we talk about Jackie Brown a lot because, of course, but I think both of you would love like Coffee and Foxy Brown and
I'm in. I'm obsessed with her. I think she is amazing. But very upset, Louise apologizes for calling him at work, but she says that their sons haven't been home in 2 nights and she doesn't know what to do. Byron assures her that she's doing her best, but they're just at that age. Despite the fact that Byron has been on the phone for about 15 seconds, the casino manager, Mr. Bryan, played by Vinny Argiro, eyes him with annoyance. Byron tells Louise this and says that he has to get off the phone, but before he does, he promises to call her later and asks if she's still okay with him coming to Washington. Louise assures him that of course she is, and she tells him to take care.
there's a later scene where Byron calls the manager Mr. Bava.
Really?
Yeah, and that has to be because I know Tim Burton was a huge fan of Mario Bava.
That's really fucking cool.
Oh, yeah.
But at a table elsewhere in the casino, enjoying his drink, is Art Land, And despite a prosthetic nose, sunglasses, and a blonde wig peeking out from under his cowboy hat, Art Land is very clearly played by Jack Nicholson.
I swear. And again, this is another thing you don't notice as a child.
Yeah.
No!
How many films are we going to cover this month where people were playing?
Multiple roles.
Yeah. Is that a theme I didn't realize?
That is so funny because I feel like this has been the longest month of my life. But you're right. First of all, the prosthetic work and the makeup for Artland, V. Neal did it.
Really?
Yes. She worked on him specifically for this film.
Wow.
I thought that was really
yeah.
fucking cool. But I did read that when Tim Burton had asked Jack Nicholson, do you want a role in this? He said, I want all the roles in this. And so they gave him 2.
That's fantastic.
It's hilarious. And this is when we were like, this dude is just fucking having fun.
Yeah.
With Art Land, he is ridiculous.
Burton had said in that book that he knew that Nicholson wasn't calling upon his Academy Award caliber acting, but he said that he was having a blast.
Yeah.
And that it works for this. That's what
Yes,
works.
exactly.
Yeah. And even though he's not doing that, I'm still buying whatever he's selling here.
Yeah,
1000%.
he's absurd.
But Art's wife, Barbara Land, played by Annette Bening,
Yeah.
asks if he really needs to drink in front of her. I did read that they had Susan Sarandon in mind for this,
Aw.
which we all love her.
Yeah.
She's amazing. But I think Annette Bening is so good in this role.
Yes.
I feel like her vibe is really capturing that era
Yes.
Yeah.
of like this style of role, like perfectly.
Yeah, I told your sister that looking at her, it reminded me a lot of Sharon Stone in Casino.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's another set back in the day movie. I was like, oh man, I was like, this is perfect.
And they're in a casino.
Yeah, they are.
But in response to her asking about his drinking, Art grins and reminds her that she's an adult, so she can just cope. Barbara insists that them sitting around in bars all the time doesn't help her, but Art tells her that this is work. He's checking decor, traffic flow, lighting. But Barbara laments that if she knew Art was going to become a crook, she never would have married him. Art clarifies that he's not a crook, he's ambitious. There's a difference, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
He informs her that if she thinks she can make a nickel in Vegas without knowing how to bend some rules, she doesn't know anything about the gaming industry. Barbara rolls her eyes, but Art smiles big. He looks out into the distance like he can see it now, musing that the Galaxy is going to be the best hotel in Vegas. He promises her this, but Barbara is getting upset. Raising her voice, she asks if he doesn't understand that the money system and all its greed is destroying the earth. She yells that they're destroying everything and putting on a big showy smile. Art asks her to keep her voice down because he's got friends here. As if to prove it, he calls over to their server, calling her Sugar. Cindy, played by Janice Rivera, is dressed in a Cleopatra costume, and when he asks for another drink, she acknowledges him with a smile and nod. Barbara snaps at him to stop flirting with her. Art reaches into his pocket and fishes out some chips. He places them in Barbara's hand, and suddenly, she's smiling too. He tells her to go to the roulette table, play their anniversary, and stay off black. Barbara gives him a kiss and sweetly thanks him. The character of Barbara Land, I, as a kid, remember being like, she's right, like, you know, whatever, the land, and, you know, she's so spiritual and blah, blah, blah. The dichotomy of this rich ass fucking character cosplaying as this like spiritual, it's really funny. And there's a lot being said here that as a kid, I just did not fucking get.
Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, she is right. But
she is.
Let's go gamble.
But then you put some money in her hand and she's like, thanks. But against the New York City skyline, we get text that reads, New York City, Wednesday, May 10th, 5:26 p.m. In a TV studio, corporate guy, played by Willie Garson, takes a phone call. May he rest in peace. He was Stanford Blatch in Sex and the City, and I was too young to know who he is working with. How big of a deal that is and how awesome it is. But yeah, I love Stanford. Anyway, he cautions the person on the other end that they're going live in 10 minutes. But he's annoyed at the news that the president is going to be cutting in. On the set, Natalie Lake, played by Carrie Bradshaw herself, Sarah Jessica Parker, turns around in her chair, looking at her cell phone and chewing gum. It's one of those like egg chairs.
Yeah.
And the inside is black and white polka dot. I wanted one of these so fucking bad when I was a kid.
I was going to say that is all I remember from this scene is how bad we wanted those fucking chairs.
So bad.
Like the Men in Black one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Still haven't procured them.
It still hasn't happened.
One day.
Yeah, we got time.
One day.
I will say those chairs and a lot of things in this film, I understand, like they even mention the millennium in it. Mm-hmm. And there's some fashion that is very, very late 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so much of it is it's like viewing the 1950s through a 1990s lens.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Tim Burton had said that it was intentional because like you said, they're kind of satirizing an era.
Yeah.
And so when you're doing that, you can mix and match kind of because I think the uniforms are like 50s military uniforms. When we see them.
Yeah.
So it's like they're kind of doing whatever the fuck they want, but it works in like this really great way.
Yeah.
But next to Natalie, her little chihuahua Poppy looks around nervously, and Natalie fans the nail polish drying on her toes.
I would just like to talk about Poppy for a second. Poppy, I believe, is played by Poppy,
Okay.
the dog. This is actually at the time Tim Burton and Lisa Marie's chihuahua. He had said in that book that they were in Tokyo, and when they were driving down the street, Lisa Marie just says, "Hey, stop the car." And there's a chihuahua on the road.
Oh, wow.
And they pick it up, and that's Poppy.
Oh.
All right.
I did also want to take the opportunity because call Natalie Lake Ranch because she'd be dressing. I wanted to talk about the costume designer for the film. Colleen Atwood did it, and
I've heard of
yeah,
her.
she's a huge fucking deal. I have just a few of her credits.
Okay.
And it's shit. It's shit. Okay.
Good shit.
Good
Yeah.
shit. First of all, she did the Black Parade music video. Let's just get that out of the way.
Very important.
She did Sweeney Todd,
Okay.
Memoirs of a Geisha,
All right.
Big Fish,
There you go.
Chicago,
Really?
Sleepy Hollow, That Thing You Do,
You love to hear it.
Silence of the Lambs,
Damn.
The Tick,
Okay.
and she's working on Wednesday.
Oh, shit.
So, I mean, she is fucking great. And her work on this is fantastic. But in the GNN offices, Jason Stone, played by Michael J. Fox, watches a video of himself reporting the news. I'm surprised every time that Michael J. Fox is in this.
yeah, I forgot.
I honestly, so I as well forget that he's in it. And then when I do vaguely remember that he's in it, I think that it's Matthew Broderick because
Because they're married?
yeah. And so I'm completely wrong, but you love to see Michael J. Fox.
Yeah.
Always. But I think Matthew Broderick could have.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Like if
maybe.
Michael J. Fox stepped down, he really could have. But he comments on how he likes how his hair looks, but he's interrupted when the phone rings. It's Natalie on the other end, and when he asks if she's wearing a bra, she rolls her eyes and continues with what she calls big news. I thought he was just some slimy dude, but
Yeah.
we find out that they're together. So it's really funny that he's like, "You wearing a bra?"
I thought he was like cheating on his wife.
Yeah, no.
And I think there's people in the room still, dude.
Yeah. I was a little confused. I was like, what is the relationship
what's
here? I was like,
happening
going
Yeah.
on?
Like, well, let's go.
But she tells him that President Dale is cutting into her show. This doesn't make sense to Jason, who asks why Dale would stoop to being on Today in Fashion, which is really rude. But Natalie takes this in stride. She tells Jason that Dale is interrupting everybody. It's some kind of emergency announcement. She cuddles with Poppy as Jason fumes that this doesn't make any sense. Dale should be talking to them. Someone appears in the doorway to report that the White House is coming in live, and Jason ends the call.
I don't think he realizes that Dale isn't talking to her.
Yeah.
It's cutting into it
Yeah.
It's interrupting her show.
because it's on right now.
Well, that's how he made it seem, and I was like, oh, what? And
Yeah.
then it's like, oh no, he's cutting into everything.
Yeah.
He's coming on Today.
Yeah.
No.
You're not listening. But we see President Dale sitting in his cerruti suit in front of a warm and inviting roaring fireplace. He addresses his fellow Americans, reading smoothly from the teleprompter as his wife and advisors sit out of frame. He apologizes for interrupting the regular programs, but insists that he has an important announcement. Taffy lays on her bed reading with the TV on in front of her, showing her father's broadcast. As the White House waiter, played by Julian Barnes, wheels in a covered tray with her meal, Dale waxes poetic about the many important things that have happened in his life. He mentions his graduation from Princeton, the day Marcia said she'd be his wife, and the birth of their daughter Taffy. At the mention of her name, Taffy dryly thanks her father for the shout out, but she's much more into the pizza revealed when the server opens the cloche.
I will say, and we've talked about it previously, pizza usually looks like shit on film.
Yeah.
This actually looked pretty good.
It did look good.
No, yeah.
And she's very kind to...
She thanks him. Yeah.
So it's supposed to show, I guess, that she's the only decent
Well,
Dale.
I don't think that Dale is not decent. I think his wife is not decent.
Yeah.
That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, because it's to differentiate her from her mother.
Yeah,
That she's not like, get the fuck out of here.
She shoves him down.
Yeah.
But they do go out of her way to show her being like, thank you.
Yeah, they do.
And they show his reaction. He's like, John, or whatever. It's very funny.
So he probably doesn't hear that.
No, he's like, I'm
probably
used to
doesn't.
being told to get the fuck out of here.
Dale's voice announces an extraordinary discovery made by the Hubble telescope today. The data was decoded and then analyzed by the most powerful computers at MIT. Outside Donut World, we get text that reads, Perkinsville, Kansas, Wednesday, May 10th, 4:28 p.m. Inside the shop, Richie Norris, played by Lucas Haas, watches the address on a black and white TV. He's leaned on the counter, and when a woman, played by Rebecca Silva, comes out speaking Spanish to him and he doesn't respond, she smacks him on the butt, trying to get his attention. This doesn't bother Richie or even make him pay attention to her. He watches as the black and white image of President Dale informs us that we are entering the dawn of a new era.
Real quick, Lucas Haas. I was like, man, I know that guy from somewhere. He was in Inception in 2010.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he
Oh.
was in The Revenant in 15. He did Transcendence in 14, and he was in the Steve Jobs movie Jobs in 2013.
Interesting.
That is interesting because I've seen Inception, but I don't remember him being in anything but this.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I feel like I remember him being very frantic.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, something was going wrong in that dream.
There's a lot going on
Yeah,
there.
that I was going to say that tracks. But back at the casino, Cindy walks through carrying a tray of drinks, but staring up at the TV on the wall. She comes to a stop when she reaches Byron, and they both stare up at the TV with the guests at the bar. Dale mentions a fleet of vehicles that are best described as flying saucers. Everyone in the casino is silent and staring at the news, all except for Rude Gambler, played by Danny fucking DeVito.
I love his credit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he doesn't even get a name.
I did see an interview with him on this making of, and he was the Penguin. He worked with,
Yeah.
you know, and so he had said basically, if Tim Burton wants me to play a waiter, I'm playing it. He said.
Well,
He called him a true artist in that Inverse article and said the same thing. If he has a role for me,
That's
I will
it.
take it.
hell yeah.
And he's so funny, man.
Yeah.
And we barely get any time with him.
Yeah.
We do, but I feel like there's a tiny prototype Frank in
Yes, dude, in my notes, I said this character is very Frank coded.
there. Yeah. I was like, this was before he knew he had
Yes,
this.
he's calling upon this
It was
character.
Frank was always there.
Yeah.
But he continues to shoot dice with gusto, proclaiming that Papa needs a new pair of shoes as he shoots them. He cheers briefly, but when he realizes no one is sharing this moment with him, he yells out, asking if he's the only one shooting craps here. In a nice home with a red convertible parked in the driveway, Dale reports from another TV that they hope they will have the chance to meet with them, calling this the perfect summation of the 20th century. Watching this, sitting in a meditative pose on a pink inflatable poised on the surface of an indoor pool, Barbara Land muses with a smile. Martians. She says that this is great and raises her arms, gently asking them to come to Earth because we need them. People walk outside of the site of the soon-to-be Galaxy Hotel. A huge sign advertises over 10,000 luxury suites and promises that it's out of this world.
I don't think that's possible. I'm going to be honest with you.
High up in the oval-shaped top of the building, Art ignores President Dale's droning voice on the TV as he talks on the phone. He says that people are coming and that everyone wants to be a part of this because the Galaxy Hotel is going to be first class. He pauses as he looks at President Dale, who proposes that soon we will become one solar system. Scrunching his face, Art asks what the hell he's talking about, which is hilarious because that's him.
Yeah.
It's like, and his voice is a nightmare.
Fucking face. Dale reports that the saucers have come from Mars, and at their rate of speed, they should reach Earth within 16 hours. Art only proclaims to the person on the other end of the phone that he was thinking about Martians when there weren't no Martians.
He knew the dog before he came to class.
Yeah.
And I want to say, didn't they like already torch a bunch of cattle at the beginning of the... Nobody.
Yeah. Where's that at? Yeah.
Nobody knows about that.
They kept it hush-hush, I guess.
Dude, that's so funny. I didn't even think about that.
Yes, I'm sure somebody would have brought attention to that.
I would hope so.
No. But at the White House, when President Dale says that it's profoundly moving to know there's intelligent life out there, Taffy looks up from her book and quips around a mouthful of pizza that she's glad it's somewhere. We're talking about Martians, dude.
Yeah.
How are you so unaffected? They're on their way.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's no one here to laugh.
Yeah.
President Dale looks directly into the camera and says somberly that life will never be quite the same again. He bids his fellow Americans a good night and a God bless with a comforting smile. On a street, we get text that reads, New York City, Thursday, May 11th, 5:26 a.m. A truck for the New York Tribune makes its way down a narrow alley and drops a load of papers at a corner newsstand. As the stack plops onto the sidewalk, we see the headline, Existence of Interplanetary Life Confirmed. The main theme plays briefly as a stack of papers from the New York Post lands on top of this one with a much simpler headline, Martians, with 5 exclamation points.
I love newspaper exposition.
Yeah.
I think that's my research scene for you.
Okay, that's fair. In an apartment, Jason and Natalie sit on opposite sides of the table at breakfast, each sucked into their own newspapers. Justin's phone starts to ring and he snaps at Poppy to shut up when it prompts her to start barking. Annoyed, he tosses his phone across the table at Natalie when the person on the other end asks for her. And as she takes it, Natalie gently and sweetly asks Poppy to be quiet. Just as gently and just as sweetly, Poppy stops barking immediately and lowers her little head to the table. Jason looks annoyed. It's like, well, don't yell at her. Just be sweet.
Yeah, but it feels like a 2-on-1 now.
Yeah.
And maybe it should be. Natalie's call is brief. She casually tells the person on the other end that she can be there at 11, hangs up the phone, and returns to her paper. Jason leans forward, intent on finding out what the call was about, but Natalie doesn't tell him until he asks her. Still looking down at the paper, she informs Jason that they want her to interview the professor from the White House. Barely containing his frustration as he wrings his hands together, Jason asks, Donald Kessler? Natalie's like, yeah, I think that's his name. You know, the science guy.
Bill Nye?
Yeah.
I want to hear Bill Nye's thoughts on this. Jason is frustrated. He insists that they should have gotten him. But Natalie says that she can't help it if Jason's people are too slow. And when she asks Poppy for confirmation, Poppy barks her agreement. So I guess it is 2-on-1.
Yeah.
As a truck pulls up to a trailer home, we get text that reads, Perkinsville, Kansas, Thursday, May 11th, 9:37 a.m. Richie gets out of the truck and takes a jug of juice from the outside fridge before heading inside the trailer. Inside, sitting in the living room, Billy Glenn Norris, played by Jack motherfucking Black.
Ice, the national treasure.
Yes!
Jack Black.
Yes! He's putting a gun together quickly and blindfolded.
Yeah.
Matthew Barry, the casting director, did say that Jack Black came in and auditioned for this and that this is a quote from him, just didn't give a fuck. He was hilarious. Everyone in the room was dying laughing, and they were like, that's him.
I can see it.
Yeah.
He's so young, too.
Yes.
Yeah. This was, I would imagine, a few years before the D.
Probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But Richie's dad, played by Joe Don Baker, watches intently and in awe. When Billy Glenn finishes, Richie's dad stops the timer and proudly announces that he did it in 1 minute and 52 seconds. Billy Glenn cheers, telling his father that he knew he'd do it in under 2 minutes. The two laugh wildly and give each other a high five.
So my question is, he already in the army or is he joining the army? Because shit moves fast.
It's not clear.
See, that's what I was kind of confused about too.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of sitting there looking like he's home for a second.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you just visiting and then you're heading back or what?
No, because later it looks like he is leaving.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but,
Yeah.
But then they're like, you're on alien detail or whatever.
yeah,
It's like,
right away.
really?
Maybe in light of current events, they're like, look,
We gotta fast track this.
But next to them, Grandma Florence Norris, played by Sylvia Sidney, rolls her eyes. Richie takes this all in before asking Sue Ann Norris, played by Olan Jones, if she wants a donut. She asks how old they are, and he tells her that they were fresh baked Monday. Looking through the paper, Sue Ann is like, Richie, that was 6 days ago. Give me a couple.
I mean,
Well,
I get it, but why is he bringing home week-old donuts?
yeah.
Why were they still at the shop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're supposed to relate to this dude?
So I do remember Sylvia Sidney from Beetlejuice
Yeah.
Mm.
in '88. So I went to go and check. I was like, I know, you know what I mean? She's got to be classic Hollywood, you know.
Yeah.
So I did. Oh, man, her credits. She was busy. Great stuff. So what I did find, her earliest credit, it's for a movie called The Sorrows of Satan from 26.
Wow.
Yeah.
damn.
It sounded great. Fury from 36, Summer Wishes and Winter Dreams in 73. There's so many credits there. Like, I was like, wow, she's just constantly had been working and working and working. But what a fucking like filmography.
That's wild.
That's
Yeah.
insane. This was her final film, sadly, but they had a quote in that Inverse article from Valerie O'Reilly, the makeup artist or one of the makeup artists on the film. And she said that Sylvia Sidney was a character. They said that she was a chain smoker. She was very loud. And if somebody did something that didn't make sense to her, she would go, "What are you, an idiot?" So yeah, it's like that lady was full of fire still.
Yeah. And Olan Jones, to her, I was like, she just looks familiar.
Yes.
I remember her from The Truman Show in 98. She was also in Beethoven in 92. Yes, the one about the dog. And then in Edward Scissorhands in 90.
That's where I know her
Yeah.
from. But she has one of those faces that it's like, I know that I saw you all over the 90s. I know I
Yeah.
did.
Mm-hmm.
But Richie hands over the bright pink box to Sue Ann. And when he sees that the news is playing on the TV, he comments to everyone on how cool the Martian stuff is. But Grandma Florence isn't trying to hear it. She yells at the family, calling them traitors and asking if anyone has seen her Muffy. Ignoring her, Richie's dad boasts that Billy Glenn is going to volunteer. So
It's like, so
I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
But in a country drawl much thicker than the rest of his family's, Billy Glenn confirms this.
there's a moment he sounds like Forrest Gump.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was like, that's a way to take it, I guess.
Nobody else talks like that.
Yeah.
He's like, W. It's
Yeah.
like, you're just doing your own thing with that accent. He says that once he gets back to base, he's volunteering for Martian detail.
Back to base. I thought you said
Yeah,
he's
you're right.
volunteering.
Okay, so maybe he's within the army volunteering for the Martian part.
Okay.
How
okay.
long has dude been at the donut shop that he has been missing this?
Yeah.
He does live at the donut shop.
Yeah.
Maybe he hasn't commuted back home in a while. But Richie's impressed by this, and their dad laughs and vows that if any of the Martians come around here, he's kicking their butts. Meanwhile, with the Capitol building looming triumphantly in the background, Louise drives the city bus. In an arcade, Cedric and Neville Williams, played by Ray J and Brandon Hammond, play a game, enthusiastically shooting at flesh eaters, going to town on a surrendering and desperate spaceman, seemingly standing on the surface of Mars as the creatures make short work of his flesh and muscle.
Did you recognize Brandon Hammond?
Yes.
Yes.
Walter from Tales from the
he
Hood.
likes to draw fucked up pictures.
Yeah. I was like, dude, that's wild.
And Ray J looks the same.
Yes, he does.
Just tiny.
He
Fair
does.
point.
But this machine is right next to an open door, and as Louise drives past in her bus, she spots them. She yells out to the passengers that they're going to be making an unscheduled stop. As the bus comes to an unexpected halt, Neville warns his big brother that it's Mama. She hops off the bus and makes a beeline for them, demanding to know why they're here and not in class. When Cedric tries to protest that class was canceled, Louise makes it clear that she knows that's not true. Gripping Cedric's arm, she tells her younger son to come over, promising that she won't hurt him. But Neville doesn't move until Louise shows good faith by dropping Cedric's arm. She does, but when he comes over, she grabs both of them, warning her sons that they're going to flunk out of school and end up in jail. The passengers on the bus watch as Louise forces her sons onto the bus. They head straight to the back, and Louise calls after them, demanding that she doesn't want to hear another word. As she takes her place back behind the wheel, the passengers applaud her. She gives a curt nod, and they're on their way once again.
That's right, Mama. Get they motherfucking ass. 2 days?
That's like glossed over.
Yeah, I was going to say. Let the kids be gone for 2 days, and then we catch them at an arcade. Oh,
At least they're having fun. This is the last fun.
Yeah.
They're ever
Finish that. Because
everything is gone.
But as Louise pulls her bus away, they pass a limo coming down the street in the other direction. The limo comes to a stop next to a group of women working a corner. When two sex workers, played by Tamara Ginger Curry and Rebecca Broussard, come up to the window, it's rolled down to reveal Jerry inside. I did want to say very quickly, I was looking up these credits. Rebecca Broussard has 2 kids with Jack Nicholson.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And this is all that she's in the movie. Like, this is it.
Interesting.
Yeah. But Jerry looks them up and down, and when asked if he would like a date, he's all smiles as he thinks it over and ultimately decides that sounds good. As his eyes linger on their bodies, he confesses that the stress at work is unbelievable. It's like, Jerry.
Yeah. This dude.
We cut to Cindy walking through the casino with a tray of drinks. The manager, Mr. Bryan, eyes her until Byron comes over and asks to speak with him privately. Glancing at his watch, Mr. Bryan coldly tells him no because he needs to keep an eye down here. Undeterred, Byron reminds Mr. Bryan that he's supporting his family back east. Mr. Bryan was under the impression that Byron was divorced, and while Byron admits that this is true, he maintains that he still needs to take care of them.
That makes no sense that he's like, I don't understand child support or alimony.
But you left.
Yeah, you're divorced, you said. That severs all ties.
Yeah.
They don't exist anymore.
Even if not, what fucking business
Also
is it
true.
of you, dude?
That's true.
Yeah. It's like he's trying to catch him in a lie. I thought you said you were...
Yeah.
2 things can be true.
Yeah.
Right, shut your bitch ass up and give me some more money. God damn.
Some more money.
I don't think that's the negotiation tactic that you think it
Well,
is.
damn, he was just using the phone. He was checking on his family and dude's giving him fucking stink eye.
Yeah, he is.
And then now he's like, look, dude, you know.
And he was on the phone for, it was 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. The golden phone was pretty cool, though.
It was.
But commenting on how things have been lately, Byron gently asks if he can have a raise. Mr. Bryan immediately tells him no, it's out of the question. Byron doubles down that people love him there and that he's an asset to the hotel. And Mr. Bryan admits that Byron is a nice guy, but for the same money he's paying him now, or less, he could get Leon Spinks or Buster Douglas. Now, I definitely knew who these people were, but for those who don't, they're boxers.
Right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're that ignorant and need it to be explained. Because I knew.
Yeah, clearly. You want to talk about some of their fights?
I just don't want to waste everybody. I feel like everybody knows them.
Because I know you have your favorites.
I do, but I don't want to waste everybody's time.
They also mentioned Sonny Liston earlier. I thought that might be a clue, or because he's your favorite boxer.
Another boxer who I love. Don't touch my Sonny Liston poster on the way out. But he advises Byron to get moving because he's on in 5 minutes. Byron walks away without any protest. Meanwhile, in space, the whirling saucers float around Earth, quiet and waiting.
I love these shots of the spaceships.
Yeah.
It's funny that they're ominous, but it's almost like checking in. Just like, they're still here.
Yeah.
Don't forget. At the studio, TV director, played by Steve Valentine, excitedly tells corporate guy that this show is going to get a great rating. On the set, after they get their makeup finished, Kessler leans back in his matching egg chair, explaining to Natalie that in some cases, 2 + 2 does equal 5. I was like, all right.
Very good. That's a good Radiohead song, by the way.
All right. With a giggle, she insists that he call her Natalie, and she smiles brightly when he invites her to call him Donald. He tells her earnestly that he's always admired her show. The smile drops from her face, and genuinely surprised, she asks him, "Really? You like my work?" He admits that he very much does, and Natalie thanks him with another big smile. This, I'm sure, is a nice change of pace from a partner that's like, he's gonna be on fucking Today in Fashion. Ugh, your
show and shut that dog up.
As Poppy snoozes on the arm of Natalie's chair, the producer counts down to airtime. As Today in Fashion begins, Natalie introduces Professor Kessler and stumbles her way through his title of Chairman of the American Academy of Astronautics. Shuffling to her next brightly colored card, she starts with the questions. She asks Kessler, "Isn't it weird that they sent a probe to Mars and they didn't even find anyone?" Kessler, making a point to call her Natalie, says that it's really not that weird. The probes didn't make it to the canals, which on Mars are canyons, with some of them over 100 miles deep. It's here that the Martians must have developed under the surface of Mars. He muses that their science and technology must be mind-boggling. In the White House, with glasses of wine, President and First Lady Dale eat their dinner on TV trays as they watch Today in Fashion.
You can call them TV trays? I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Yeah.
I thought TV trays were all of a certain caliber and quality.
Yeah.
Not in the White House.
Shit. Those are television trays.
Yeah. The whole word.
Yes.
There's nothing TV about it. Natalie moves on to her next question, calling him Donald Kessler, Chairman. She asks her, "There's some things that the Martians can teach us, Professor." It's like, let's just get all the titles. As Jason watches from his office, Kessler leans in closer to Natalie, and she does the same. He tells her that he expects they can teach us a lot about Mars. Natalie giggles as they both sit back in their seats, but Jason points out to his colleagues, fellow reporters from GNN, played by Michael Riley Burke and Valerie Wildman, that Natalie is flirting with him. As Natalie tucks her bob behind her ears, Kessler gets serious. He tells her how exciting this is. The new ideas and knowledge from the Martians will change everything. He insists that they just have to be open. They might even be able to tell us things about our universe, how it started, where it's going, or maybe even its purpose. Natalie looks at him in awe before looking straight at the camera with the same expression. Kessler insists that this is the most important thing to happen since Jesus walked in Galilee. But as the director watches on his screen, static takes over. He demands to know what's wrong with the picture and directs them to switch cameras. But they're busted, and the strange otherworldly theme has begun to play. Sensing something is wrong, Natalie and Kessler both sit up straight and concerned as Poppy starts to bark. Kessler places a protective hand on Natalie's bare thigh, and Jason points to his TV like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, accusing Kessler of having just copped a feel.
He's taking advantage of the situation.
He is.
Let's be real.
Well, that's why I was a little confused too. I was like, so they work together or whatever. I was like, but he's calling out stuff that she's doing.
Yeah, no, that's her man.
Yeah,
they're together. He just treats her like shit, I think.
Yeah.
But Jason watches as the two get closer, and Natalie presses her hand against Kessler's chest as the screen is overtaken by static. On the Today in Fashion set, the two rise to their feet, the pipe sticking from Kessler's lips as he holds Natalie close. On a monitor, a being is shown, shrouded in darkness, but surrounded by an aura of light. It comes into view as the darkness is lifted. The Martian ambassador stands, its arms hanging from beneath a majestic red cloak. Big eyes nestled beneath a disproportionately large, bulbous, exposed brain stare at the audience through the screen. Jason asks what the hell it is, but in Vegas, Byron's like, so that's what a Martian looks like.
A lot of people are really
Underwhelmed.
Yeah. I can't even tell you what I would do.
Seeing that.
Yeah.
Seeing the saucers,
Yeah.
I would lose my fucking mind.
And you're just sitting there trying to watch Today in Fashion.
And you see this?
Uh,
In the White House, Taffy sits up in her bed and Dale and Marcia's mouths drop, forgetting the meal in front of them as their dog starts to bark in alarm.
I laughed out loud at Dale's reaction because you see the Martian a little bit and he just goes, yikes. It's like from the president. That's
Look
not
at
good.
that thing, man.
I mean, it's a lot. But even he's like, that is ugly. It's like, you're going to have to talk to that.
At least he didn't
Yeah, you
gag.
do.
That's true. Dude, it could
At
be.
least he didn't Gregory Peck
Exactly.
gag. Speaking in emphatic acts, the Martian ambassador, whose voice is provided by Frank Welker, gives his address as the camera presses in.
I did not know that was Frank Welker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prolific voice actor. He was Fred in the original Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And I think he's Scooby-Doo now, too.
He's Nibbler.
He is Nibbler.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he does a
Yeah.
bunch of random voices. And he's not just the Martian ambassador, he is the Martians.
Okay.
I had read, I saw in an interview, it was on that making of with Tim Burton. He had mentioned about these Martian voices.
Mm-hmm.
He said that they were actually recorded into tape recorders during the storyboarding process and that they were barely modified for the film. And that's why they do sound a little weird.
They
Yeah.
do sound weird, but they should sound weird,
Exactly.
I think.
And
that works.
Part of it, I think, as well, is because of what they're wearing.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
should sound a little distorted and strange.
I like that.
Yeah.
I read in that Inverse article that Alexander and Karaszewski said that their biggest contribution is the acts, that was them. That making that how they speak.
Yeah.
And I also read that the studio really pressured Tim Burton to subtitle what the Martians are saying. And he was like, no, he refused to.
I can see why they would want it, but it makes it much more.
It
Yeah.
would kind of ruin it, to be
Yeah.
honest, because a lot of what makes the Martian so scary and kind of cool is it's like, why?
Yeah.
And if they're like, we're doing this because it's like, that kind of undercuts it.
And the miscommunication is
Yes.
very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, it is. And even that for stuff that happens later, I felt like that helps. Not getting the subtitles, I feel like that helps a lot
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm really glad that he stuck to his guns with that. But as the camera presses in, Marcia declares that she is not having that thing in her house. I'm sure that this is when Dale was like, yeah. But Dale just chuckles and tells her that she's going to have to. It's what the people are expecting. Returning to her meal, Marcia concedes that they're not going to use the Van Buren china. At the donut shop, Richie watches with his boss. As she grimaces, he tells her to look at that brain, musing that Martian must be real smart. In the studio, Natalie calls the Martian gross and buries her face in Kessler's chest. He reminds her that they will look equally gross to them. Holding up a long finger, the Martian rotates his arm in a big circle, staring straight at us with his bulging eyes. Richie is pleased by this, smiling as he proclaims that the Martian made the international sign for the donut.
Again, I don't know how true that is.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is, as it goes on, what do you think that means?
It does not mean
Yeah.
donut.
No.
I'll say that. At a meeting, Kessler stands among visual aides at the head of an occupied table. Still sucking on his pipe and holding a pointer in the direction of a poster board depicting the Martian's anatomy, he declares that he's made 3 extrapolations from the limited information they have. 1, the Martian is a carbon-based life form. 2, he breathes nitrogen. And 3, its large cerebrum indicates telepathic potential. How they garnered these,
Yeah.
I don't know, but
Yeah.
Within a day, they worked up a whole diagram.
Yeah, I
That's
noticed that. I was like, dude, you got all of that.
They found
Yeah.
that in storage.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's what this means. From his seat further down the table next to President Dale, Jerry asks if this means the Martians can read our thoughts. After a pregnant pause, Kessler admits, potentially yes.
So here's my question. I understand their capabilities.
Mhm.
My fear, intrusive thoughts.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. When it's like, no, I would never do that. I just thought about it for a
Yeah,
second.
it was
I couldn't
just
help
like,
it.
I don't mean it. It's just, my brain's weird sometimes.
Man, what if I punch that Martian?
That Martian's
that's why.
ugly as fuck, dude. Jesus, imagine walking around like
That's the
Like,
real
I'd never-
reason they
Yeah.
I'd never do or say it for real. I wouldn't.
Dale's just, yikes. My brain can be a minefield sometimes, is all I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. Dale asks about the Martians' intention and if they're friendly, and Kessler points out their technical development. They're an advanced culture. He comes to the logical conclusion that they must be peaceful and enlightened. As the two generals watch him, he calls the human race an aggressively dangerous species. Because of this, he proposes that the Martians have more to fear from us than we do from them. I'm sure he's right. He introduces Dr. Ziegler, played by Jerzy Skomalovsky. As the doctor takes his place at the head of the table, Kessler sits next to Dale and gets a proud pat on the shoulder from the president. But Dr. Ziegler announces that for years, he's been working on a translating computer. As it's wheeled over, Ziegler admits that it isn't perfect, but the results he's yielded may answer some questions.
You've been working on this for years. Why?
That's a great question.
That's a really great question.
What?
I mean, maybe just any language?
Okay.
I hope.
But
because,
this is a lot for.
yeah. I will say I love the look of this machine.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
very 50s,
50s,
yeah.
idea of future technology.
Very mad
Absolutely.
scientist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something you'd see in Frankenstein's lab.
Yeah.
Yeah. He starts the machine and we hear the Martians' harsh and repetitive language before Ziegler rewinds the recording. The antenna on top of the translation machine rotates steadily as a monotone but English-speaking voice interprets the Martians' words. The voice coming out of this translation machine, uncredited, but it was provided by Roger Jackson.
Really?
Yeah, the voice
Ghostface.
from Scream. Yeah.
That's wild.
Right?
Yeah.
I was like, no fucking way.
And it's the
It is.
same year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 96.
What a big year.
Isn't that wild? And he's uncredited.
That's strange.
Huh.
But it speaks disjointed sentiments of creatures with green skin having bodily fluids that include the birth of half-breeds. As the president struggles to jot down notes, the voice continues, "For dark is the swade that mows like a harvest." The room sits in silence, but Decker is like, what the hell does that mean? The other men avert their eyes because none of them have an answer.
So the machine is like Unky Herb's machine.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, that's true.
I only want to eat candy.
Yes, very amusing. Oh, there you are.
At the White House, Taffy wanders around. When she tries to go into a room, she's blocked by a Secret Service agent, Mitch, played by Brian Haley. She greets him by name and he's kind, but he tells her that she can't go in the room behind him because there's a tour in progress. Taffy turns away.
That's the whole scene, isn't it?
That's the whole scene.
Yeah.
There is kind of a callback later,
It is.
but I don't know if it's enough.
Because it's you think that it's going to be a bigger character.
Yeah.
And I think 5-year-old me with the crush that I had on Natalie Portman, I remember her being such a massive part of this film.
Yeah, you were like, let her in. Inside of a pink and white church in the desert, Barbara stands in front of the congregation. She introduces herself to the group and they tell her collectively, "Hello, Barbara." She announces that she's an alcoholic and she hasn't had a drink in 3 months. The people in the pews applaud her and she giggles, applauding herself. She tells the group that she's feeling so optimistic because of the Martians and knowing that we're not alone in the universe. She takes it as a good sign that it's happening at the beginning of the millennium. She says that the planet is suffering, citing the ozone layer, the rainforest, and all the unhappy people. But she believes the Martians heard us crying out karmically for help. Although she admits that they are ugly. I'm like, damn, dude.
Yeah.
They're just catching strays left and right. But she thinks that the Martians have come to show us the way. They've come to save us. She smiles as the group applauds again, and she mouths a silent thank you to the Martians above.
Am I the only one that thought the Martians sounded very aggressive?
No, they don't sound friendly.
No.
And still harvest what? What? I need
To serve man, if you recall.
Exactly. Back in Kansas, the Norris family stands on the side of the road as a Greyhound bus approaches. Grandma Florence sits in her wheelchair next to Richie, his father, and Sue Ann, while Billy Glenn embraces his girlfriend Sharona, played by Christina Applegate.
The smallest role.
Yes!
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And she was already, in 96.
Oh, yeah.
But when the bus pulls up, Sharona makes him promise not to get himself killed and only lets go of him long enough for him to tell his family goodbye. He hugs Sue Ann and his father before pushing Richie out of the way with a quick goodbye and a warning not to touch any of his stuff. He leans in to tell his grandmother goodbye, and when she calls him Thomas, he reminds her that his name is Billy Glenn. She says, "I know Thomas," and chuckles. This is funny because Thomas is actually Jack Black's first name.
That's right. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing that's very interesting, and I know it makes the rounds on like the memes a lot, but it's 100% true. But Jack Black's mother was Judith Love Cohen, and she was an aerospace engineer.
Yeah.
Instrumental. I think her work was instrumental in rescuing the Apollo 13 mission.
That's
Okay.
incredible.
And again, we're talking about space. We're talking about...
Yes, it's like a full circle thing.
Yeah.
I did read too that she finished some proposal or some equation or something crazy while she was in labor with Jack Black.
Oh, that's
And
amazing.
then she had him. So it's like, what a fucking life. You know what I mean? That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
But his name is Thomas. But Billy Glenn says one final goodbye and gives a lingering kiss to Sharona before climbing onto the bus. He looks out at them and with a salute bids them adios. The doors close and the bus pulls away, leaving the Norrises and Sharona in the dust.
His father says, "Take care of my boy." I was like, that's the bus driver.
Yeah.
He's not doing anything.
He's going to go drop his ass off.
That's it. And then he'll go home. That's
Richie's dad wraps his arm around Sue Ann, assuring her that he'll be okay because the army trains them good. She tearfully says that she hopes so. And as they watch the bus round the corner and out of sight, Richie comments that Billy Glenn is going to be gone for a while. Sue Ann scoffs at this and asks why he can't be more like his brother. And her husband says that they got lucky with Billy Glenn. You can't expect the same luck twice.
They're very rude.
Yeah,
It's like, I'm
God
right here.
damn.
I brought you 6-day-old donuts, goddammit.
Well, but then again, you brought me 6-day-old.
She's like, I know.
Yeah. Why can't you be like Billy Glenn?
He brings us fresh donuts. But he snaps at his son, telling him to make himself useful for a change and take his grandmother back home. Without another word, Richie leaves with Grandma Florence.
We're going to get high in the car. I'm going to take her home, man. Fuck these guys.
They're mean.
Yeah.
But we cut to his red truck traveling down the desert road. Richie drives with his grandmother in the passenger seat, and he presumes that she probably never thought she'd be alive to see the Martians come. Grandma Florence shrugs this off, but Richie continues to comment on all the things she must have seen in her life. He laughs that people must have been pretty scared when they invented the train. Florence is like, come on.
I hope you're joking.
She says she's not that old. He asks his grandmother if she's okay, and she tells him emphatically that she wants to see Slim and Muffy and Richie. After a moment, Richie reminds her that he's Richie. She smiles and says, I know, Thomas. And she says that Richie was always the best one. Richie smiles and they continue in silence. At least his grandmother loves him.
Yeah.
At the White House briefing room, Jerry stands behind the podium. Text on screen reads Washington, D.C., Friday, May 12th, 4:03 p.m. Jerry assures the press that the president is speaking with other world leaders, preparing a list of common issues to discuss. He asserts that there is a unilateral, concerted diplomatic effort being made. Every single member of the press filling the room thrust their hands into the air and clamor for Jerry's attention.
It is kind of wild to think about him announcing it to the country, to all the citizenry, without talking it over with other national leaders.
Well, Jerry's like, we need to get in on this now.
Well, I think too, though, I mean, the whole world sees it. So it's like, what do we, you know what I mean? What the fuck? I don't think we can hide this anymore.
You got to say
True.
something.
Yeah. But Jerry calls on Jason, and Jason asks if the press will be able to conduct interviews when the Martians land. Jerry mulls this over, considering that they'll need to establish contact and work out communication problems and establish parameters, and then they can see what happens. Jason doesn't seem pleased by this answer, but Jerry is mercifully interrupted when the president enters and he yields the floor. It's so funny to me that is the priority. Can we interview the Martian?
Yeah.
That's really fucking funny to me.
I was like, dude, they haven't even got here
They're
yet.
not even here.
Well, we got to get a good rating.
Yeah.
And like you said, that he was pretty hostile on the screen.
I mean,
But Dale steps behind the podium, granting a few minutes for questions. The clamoring starts again, and Dale calls on female reporter, played by Coco Lee, who asks a question about how many sexes the Martians have that honestly did not age well.
No.
Richie and Florence arrive at the retirement home. He takes her past a group of people sitting around watching the Lawrence Welk show and into her room. As soon as they get to her room, Florence brightens up and we finally meet Muffy, her beloved taxidermy cat. So it's like she's not just saying shit.
no.
Yeah.
Muffy is the cat.
Mm-hmm.
She remarks that Muffy is the most beautiful cat in the world as she strokes her lovingly. Calling Richie by his name, she requests music, and Richie takes her over to the record player. She plays Indian Love Call by Slim Whitman, Muffy and Slim and Richie.
Yeah.
It's like, listen. But Richie starts to leave, making sure that she's going to be okay and letting her know that if she needs anything or even just some donuts, she can call him. But Grandma is vibing and doesn't even tell Richie goodbye when he leaves.
One thing I will say is we've talked about Slim Whitman once before on episode 28 because he sings I Remember You on House of a Thousand Corpses.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit, dude.
Very
I can't
nice.
believe we did House of a Thousand Corpses that early. My mind is that blown.
Yeah.
I can't even talk. But back in Vegas, Byron jogs down the street, but stops when a car slows down right behind him. He goes to the back, and when the window rolls down, Art Land sits there, smiling at him. He comments that it looks like Byron doesn't have a car and invites him to get in. He does, and as they travel down the road, Art sips his drink. He tells Byron that he owes him one because he made a bunch of money off of his last fight, the Quaker in Jamaica, back in '73. That's boxing, just so that everybody knows.
Right.
Because
I knew. But Byron chuckles that he's glad somebody made money off of it. Art says that it's rough on jocks because once they get to a certain age, all their opportunities dry up. And the smile drops from Byron's face. It's like, damn, thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Thank you. Art gets down to business. There's someone that owes him a lot of money and he needs a wake-up call. He'd like Byron to use his patented left hook. But Byron breaks it to him that that's just for the ring. Art pretends to be understanding, but still offers him $2,000. All he has to do is come by the office after he's done and get the money. Byron asks why Art is coming at him like this when he knows he's trying to get back with his wife, and they had problems with situations like this before.
This is very interesting to me because it is implying a lot of history
Yeah.
where they've had these personal conversations. And then I don't think we see them in the same room again.
But somebody else.
Yeah.
That's connected to Art. So I guess.
Yeah.
He tells Art that he's changed. He found Allah and he doesn't even eat pork. He's a better man and he doesn't want the demons that he's already faced coming out again. Art only comments, surprised, that Byron gave up pork.
Punch him in the face.
Give him the left hook.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just in the ring, he said. Let's-
Yeah.
No.
Well, in the ring of this limo.
Yeah.
But the myriad of saucers still float around the earth in space, spinning and waiting as their eerie theme plays. Right? It's like they're still there. From behind a control panel, NASA technician played by Jeffrey King reports to General Decker that they're sending coordinates. At the White House, a slightly disheveled president looks out the window out into the night. Text on screen reads, Washington, D.C., Saturday, May 13th, 4:58 a.m. He's in his robe, but Kessler and Decker are standing by. When asked, Kessler reports that the Martians are landing in Pahrump, Nevada. Decker interjects that he can have his people there at 8, but Kessler warns against sending the wrong message. They need a welcome mat, not tanks. But Decker yells that they can't have Martians running around Nevada. Dale tells Decker that he's right. The situation does need to be supervised. He walks a little further to reveal General Casey. He asks Casey to take care of it, but keep it quiet. I don't know. What was kept quiet?
I don't know, honestly. It couldn't be more on display. This whole thing. Do you think the Nevada thing is a nod to Area 51?
It's got to be.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, because the aliens are like, meet us here.
Yeah, we've been here before.
Yeah.
And I agree. Maybe let's go and talk first and kind of see what the vibe is.
Check the vibe, but be ready.
But can I have still maybe some tanks in the back somewhere just in case? I'd feel safer.
Yes. The general assures him that he'd be proud to do this. And behind them, just out of focus, Decker is visibly furious. Decker steps out into the hallway. He tells a colonel, played by Roger Peterson, that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. He yells, liberals, intellectuals, peacemongers, idiots. His voice raises with each word, and when he yells the last one, Taffy opens her door. She asks him to keep it down, reminding Decker that people live here.
See, again, just these minor inconveniences of Taffy's life.
Yeah.
She's in her own little film, it seems.
It's a coming-of-age film.
Yeah.
When you're the president's daughter. Or whatever. That's the trailer, I guess.
Suddenly I see. In the Nevada desert, we pan up from the skeletal remains of an animal to see a fleet of Army vehicles and helicopters, all led by General Casey. When the phone in his vehicle rings, he answers and says excitedly, presumably to his partner, that he gets to greet the Martian ambassador. He giggles that it's a hell of an honor, and he reminds them that he's always said that if he stood by and didn't speak up, great things would happen.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He gets off the phone after sending a few kisses, and once he sets the phone down and snaps back into general mode, he and the driver look at each other a little awkwardly. We watch as vehicles flock to Pahrump. In her convertible, Barbara crosses the city line, and she's wearing some... her outfit may be cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people were dressing like that in the 90s, but I did think I should mention it. At the site, Army personnel stand at attention in front of tanks. Among them, it's funny to me. We got a skewed vision because we're just looking at him like through his parents' lens, I guess. But I did think that Billy Glenn was like a big like he was disciplined and stuff, but they have him out here like he's not wearing his cover. He's got no helmet on. His booty crack's hanging out.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
He's literally just setting the fucking things out.
But Billy Glenn is among them, as I said, butt crack showing, and he wipes sweat from his forehead. It is funny to me because now that I'm saying it and thinking about it, I think that I just watched this when I was a kid. And so then being like, he's an American hero. I'm like, Billy Glenn is an American hero. Like I just believed
The narrative.
Yeah.
because looking at him, I'm like, what is this? I don't know. It's just funny.
It is different though from what we've seen because he's putting together the firearm in under 2
Blindfolded?
minutes.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah. And then when here, he's fucking like, God damn, that was heavy.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's just weird. But the vehicle containing General Casey finally makes its way to the stage set up in the midst of news vans and spectators.
Can I say real quick? I feel like this is a really bad idea for the public to be there.
100%.
I understand the curiosity and letting the world know, but you're like front row.
I think that it would be funny and maybe add to any potential commentary if they talked about maybe charging an insane amount for the people that are able to be there. Because to me, yeah, it would be more like the people like Barbara that are sneaking on the outskirts watching. But no, there's a full ass audience down there that, you're right, should not be there.
Why would you announce where the Martians are going?
Yeah.
This really should be.
Well, and he said keep it under wraps, and there's a full audience.
Somebody's cracked.
Yeah.
A huge sign above bleachers filled with esteemed guest reads, "Welcome to Earth." Casey gets out of his vehicle and approaches the man standing at attention lining the stage. He takes his glasses from one of the men standing there. The man does not speak. He's just standing at attention, but he's played by Enrique Castillo. He was in Blood In, Blood Out.
Okay.
And he was Caesar in Weeds. He does not even speak.
That's wild.
Yeah. He did a lot more than that, but that's just two things that I was like, what? But Casey says that he wants the Martians to be treated like foreign dignitaries. He wants the men to be alert and majestic with a snap in their step. Less theatrically, he warns them that this has to look good because the world is watching. Dr. Ziegler is on the sidelines with his translation machine. He seems to be having trouble with it, but when Casey asks if he's sure that it will work because they can't afford any slip-ups, the doctor assures him that he's positively positive.
No.
Yeah. Well, he's like, come on. Like, I would be fucking sweating. I'd probably be throwing up behind the stage. But outside of the spectacle, Barbara sits on the hood of her car, holding a crystal prism up. She sets it down and gets into a meditative position. In front of a news camera overlooking the setup, Natalie is in position. She's wearing a shiny silver trench with a matching hat and sunglasses, certainly dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, and I have to say there is something that is so millennium about this outfit.
Yes.
I don't know if it was just being a child, but I really think about silver when I think of 1999 and 2000.
1,000%. Yeah.
Just the shiny things really stuck with me.
Yeah. But Poppy is there too.
Yeah.
She tells Poppy that everyone is here to see her before giving her a little kiss. Poppy's like, of course they're here to see me. But she points at Jason across the way, standing in front of a GNN camera. She calls his name and yells a greeting to him, but he's more concerned with his reflection in the lens as he fixes his hair. He finally tosses her a pity wave. As helicopters glide by overhead, he starts broadcasting, holding up his branded microphone and remarking on all the people that have gathered from an unknown amount of states, all waiting and watching. He ponders whether they've come for curiosity or simply to be able to say that they were there when first man met Martian. At the White House, Dale, Marcia, Taffy, Kessler, Jerry, and the presidential pup all gather around the TV to watch. Byron watches at the casino while his estranged wife and sons sit in their living room. Richie watches at the donut shop as Jason Stone signs off for GNN. Casey shields his eyes as he gazes up at the sky, but suddenly a look of shock comes over his face. Holding her own microphone, Natalie turns with a gasp, looking up at the sky. Poppy barks and Barbara looks up in awe as a saucer comes down from the clouds. Billy Glenn looks in wonder, and Jason's jaw drops as the saucer descends. The spectators point and stare. Casey radios up to the helicopters to give the saucer room, and they vacate the area as it comes down, right toward the red carpet that's been rolled out for the intergalactic interview.
There are a few shots that are just really, really cool looking.
Yeah.
This is one of them, just the top down of the saucer kind of approaching Earth.
Yeah.
I just really like the way that looked.
Yeah.
The cinematographer was Peter Suchitsky. He did a lot of Cronenberg films, but he also did Dead Ringers.
There's a reference to Dead Ringers in this film.
Okay.
Oh.
In a little while. I'll point it out.
Okay. And he did Rocky Horror Picture Show.
No
Hey.
shit.
Which I was really excited. He did say in that article about Tim Burton having such a particular eye that he wanted to pick out every single shot himself, and that he's the only person he's ever worked with that would only want to watch the dailies alone. He wouldn't watch them with anybody else.
Was he like kicking walls and stuff? If we were,
Maybe.
so I don't want anyone to see that.
That's why.
He's like, I got a bad rap.
Yeah.
Last time.
We don't need that getting out.
The bottom of the saucer opens up and giant metal spider-like legs are released, aiding the UFO as it settles gently onto the sand, right at the end of the velvet-roped red carpet. Barbara removes her sunglasses and stares lovingly in anticipation. Natalie raises her microphone and the White House group watches as she reports the awesome sight of the Nevada sun glinting off the giant spacecraft like a giant hubcap.
Wow.
I was like, that's okay, Natalie. You're good. You're fine. You did it.
It's no one small step for man. But
Yeah. And I don't know. I don't really get I'm safe from this landing.
No.
As soon as those legs came out,
Yeah,
I
I
would
was
have been
like, I was like, we're going to die, right?
Yeah, that was a mistake, I think.
Leaning in, she reports that something is happening, and Poppy barks, co-signing this. A metal doorway in the bottom of the saucer silently slides open as Jason peers through his sunglasses. He speaks into his microphone, reporting that the doorway is opening, while everyone in attendance stares intently. Natalie says that a ramp is coming out like a giant tongue, and we see that she's right. A silver ramp unfurls dramatically, landing just before the red carpet. Otherworldly whirring begins, and President Dale watches with something like pride as the Martian makes its way to the newly opened entrance. The ambassador wears a long, glittering red cape with gold adornments that conceals his body, and a clear glass space helmet protecting his large, brain-shaped head. With no eyelids to conceal them, his bulbous eyes take in the surroundings with their red pupils, his mouth locked in a perpetual grin due to the absence of lips. The Martian ambassador glides forward down the ramp, followed on either side by a row of 4 Martians, each wearing the same helmets and full-bodied green uniforms.
So I just wanted to talk about the animation in this film.
Mm-hmm.
As you had mentioned at the beginning in the intro, it started as stop motion was the original intention.
Yeah.
But they obviously changed course for a few reasons. One of them was budget constraints and another was time constraints. But something very interesting about it is the reason, the catalyst for making that change is very small. And it was ILM. I had read an interview in VFX blog, and I also saw some stuff on the making of featurette. But they had already started tests for this stop motion. They had built sets for the stop motion, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But they were going to do blue screen composites, almost like the rear projection they did with like King Kong.
Oh, okay.
Where it was a combination of live action and stop motion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so the guys at ILM were working on it, but the difficulty is, and we talked about this on The Nightmare Before Christmas, when you're doing stop motion, literally everything needs to be changed, every single frame.
Yeah.
And so the difficulty was the Martian helmets. If we're changing things frame by frame, we have to put these helmets back on, take them off, switch out the head, put the helmet back on, do a frame, take off the helmet.
Yeah.
So it's just adding all this time.
I was going to say, you think that it's such a minor thing, but doing that every time, the way that would add up.
Yeah. And so they were working a little bit on Jumanji.
Okay.
And so they were starting to think of, what if we kind of made this switch from the stop motion to the CG? And they actually threw a test together with some scenes, like some plates from Jumanji, just featuring these Martians.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And they were like super rough, and so they refined them a little bit, and then they showed them to Tim Burton, and after seeing them, he was okay with it, and he signed off on this switch. We'll talk a little bit more about the CG in a minute, but the switch itself saved the production $30 million.
Damn.
And it also allowed them to shoot in anamorphic, which is a wider format,
okay,
so you can put in more in the frame. But just the amount of money it saved is shocking.
Yeah.
That's wild. In that article, Jonathan Gems had said that the film had a $70 million budget, and that $28 million went to the film and the rest went to the effects.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I can understand.
Yeah.
And that it would have been $30 million on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
But they did obviously do CG.
Uh-huh.
And they said that they wanted to still try to have this feel of that stop motion.
Mm-hmm.
And so the way that they animated the CG is they were mimicking stop motion with the movements.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, they are very like jumpy and
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
And you can kind of see.
I like that.
Ironically, which we'll learn in a second, but some of their inspirations for the Martians' movements of their eyes and their heads was birds.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
But they had also mentioned that they were grateful for the lack of needing a lot of facial animation because it saved them time.
Yeah.
They don't have eyelids.
I was going to say there is no blinking.
Yeah,
but they're still like weirdly expressive.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and the same with the mouth. You know, the language is very simple.
Yeah.
You don't have to do a lot of lip movements around words.
because they don't have lips.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they did save a little bit of time there. They had said that they began working on this a year before the release of the film of a crew of about 60 people. And it was hundreds of special effects shots that they have to do.
Yeah.
But they had also said that whenever it comes to animation, they have systems now for different things, different textures. Like you have a cloth system that makes clothing move like clothing.
Okay.
They didn't have that yet.
Oh.
So all of the movements of the cape are hand animated.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
And we'll talk a little bit because there's a bit of goo, we'll say.
Yeah.
They didn't have liquid systems yet.
Ooh.
And so they're hand animating everything, every one of these things.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
But they had talked about taking inspiration from older animated films like Forbidden Planet. That's one of Jules's favorites. It's a brilliant film. But they were taking these cues from older animation because it's kind of more indicative of what they're trying to do here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Tim Burton, one of the things, and he did complain about this during the stop motion portion because he was talking about how in King Kong, it looks like his fur is moving, but it's because of the fingerprints that are left by the people that are doing the things on these puppets.
Wow.
And so that problem is gone completely because we switched to CG.
Right.
But it's just wild how much work that they did. We'll learn a little bit more in just a minute, but it's just unbelievable. And I think a lot of it holds up. A lot of it does not, but the way that it does not is charming as hell.
It's not in a way where it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt the movie.
Yeah.
At all.
And the Mars Attacks was shortlisted to be nominated for an Academy Award for Best Visual Effects.
Wow.
But it wasn't even nominated.
Yeah.
That year it was, I looked it up. It was Dragonheart, Twister, and Independence Day. And Independence Day won.
Of course.
Wow.
You know, the funny thing is Tim Burton, because they were released the same year, if I'm not mistaken, and he was not aware of Independence Day coming out before Mars Attacks. And so he had said that because what they tried to market Mars Attacks as, he said, was as an Independence Day kind of film. But he's like, we're kind of satirizing.
Yes.
that.
Yeah. It's not that.
No, he said we're like the Mad Magazine version of Independence Day.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
I like that. Casey is in awe, but Jason shakes at the sight of them. Byron stares at the TV stoically. As they watch from the White House, the dog has suddenly had enough. He barks and runs from Taffy, right up to the TV where he can bark unabashedly at the approaching Martians.
I mean.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, Harbarker.
That's good. The Martians reach Casey, standing at the end of the carpet as Sue Ann and Richie's dad giggle at the sight of them. The Martian's expressive face seems to struggle to make sense of the spectacle, but Casey steps forward and proudly thrusts his hand out for a handshake. The Martian looks confused, and when he doesn't reciprocate, Casey looks a little embarrassed as he lowers his hand. Instead, he uses a sign the Martians have proved to be familiar with. Pointing out one finger, he draws a big circle in the air in front of him, and the Martian ambassador, commenting in his strange and abrupt language, traces the same circle. I understand that we're trying to make a connection here, but I feel like I've told the kids before, don't say a word if you don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Don't be doing that if you don't know what that means. You don't know what that symbolizes.
I feel like you kind of just told them, sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Sure to what?
Yeah.
Like, you know?
We don't know.
They're like, hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. See him? He did it. He did it.
Fucking
Yeah,
on.
he said.
Yeah.
You guys saw that, right?
Yeah, he said donut.
Yeah.
From the White House, Kessler looks proud at this, and Casey smiles at the communication they forged. Dr. Ziegler struggles to get his translation machine to work, gaining a side eye from Casey, but the doctor's assurances prove true when a monotone voice addresses the crowd through loudspeakers, translating the Martian's words to, "I am the Martian ambassador." Dr. Ziegler assures Casey that it's fixed and he can speak now, and so he does. Casey introduces himself and his title, the commanding officer of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. On behalf of the people of Earth, he welcomes them. At the White House, Jerry commends Casey and Dale nods in agreement, but Decker still looks uneasy. Ziegler fiddles with the machine, and through the speakers, Casey's words are translated into the Martian language. The Martians make strange faces at this before the ambassador answers.
Isn't it kind of funny that the White House is just watching the TV show?
Yeah.
They don't have a secret feed or a private anything. Like,
No, they're watching the news.
yeah. And it's kind of disrespectful that the Martians like, this is our ambassador, and you just send like some army general or whatever.
Yeah.
Dale's just watching from his TV tray. Like,
Not
this
the
is
TV
crazy.
The television
Oh, I'm
tray.
sorry, my bad. It's clearly a television tray.
Casey smiles brightly as the Martian's words are translated and repeated again and again for the crowd. We come in peace. From the hood of her car, Barbara applauds, and President Dale nods to his wife with a smile as they share a look. In the crowd of onlookers, Hippie, played by Josh Philip Weinstein, confirms dreamily that they come in peace before releasing a dove into the sky.
Isn't it funny that he's like, I brought a dove just in
Just
case?
Yeah.
He's just holding it.
That or
I
he's
don't-
a magician.
Oh,
He's Job.
yeah.
I was gonna say I don't like getting drinks and then going to places because then I have to hold the drink.
Uh-huh.
But like he's holding a fucking dove.
The dove's trying to fly. He's like, hold on. We got to find
Just
out if
waiting
they're...
patiently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, peace. Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. You're free, bird.
Triumphant music plays and the crowd applauds as the message is looped. We come in peace. We come in peace. The totally and 100% real dove soars above the crowd. But when it catches the ambassador's eye, its reflection mirrored in the helmet, his eyes widen. As Casey turns to look up at the dove, the ambassador swiftly pulls a laser gun from his pocket and zaps the dove. You know, he keeps that thing on him. But this was, he just took it out.
He's
Yeah.
like, I'll take care of that for you. Here's the thing, though. The real question. Did they come in peace? Was this a sign of disrespect?
We don't know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You don't know. And then I was thinking, because watching this, like, and kind of analyzing it, Kessler tells Natalie that they could not find life on Mars because they were living underground.
Mm-hmm.
So even if there were any kind of flying anything around Mars, they don't see them. They're underground.
Yeah.
So I'm like, was he like, well, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know?
That's a weapon.
Or,
Yeah.
you know, it could be.
How fucked up is that? They're like, get him, bird.
Well, but
We barely made contact. And he's like, yeah. Like, that's nuts.
but thinking about it, like you said, if we did send something towards Mars and they're underground and they just see these drones or whatever
Yeah.
flying by, they
No
don't
idea.
know.
True.
And then now you're here and you see this shit. It's like, oh, what the fuck is that?
And they
Yeah.
know what their ships are capable of.
yeah.
Yes.
These things that fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we fucked up.
Yeah. Just one hippie. That's
Yeah.
it. And he meant well.
He did.
He brought that dove from home. From a bag in the fridge, I guess, because it's Job.
I will, yes.
Yeah.
I will say too, though, that this bird getting zapped, I was like, another bird.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
We were free
God.
for a little while.
We did well.
We'd been doing well, and no. But the bird falls immediately, charred and smoking to the ground. Jason gasps into his mic, and Poppy barks as Natalie stares dumbstruck. In the White House, Kessler finally takes the pipe from between his lips. He's the one that's like, no, they're peaceful. And we're like, oh,
Oh, shit.
Back on the red carpet, Casey turns toward the ambassador just in time for him to be zapped, just like the dove. The ambassador shoots Casey in the gut, and the resulting fire spreads quickly over his torso, eating away at his clothes and flesh and exposing his bones. The red flames travel quickly, and soon, Casey is nothing but a collapsing skeleton. But as he goes down, the ambassador shoots him again for good measure.
I had to make sure.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure.
I also saw in that interview where they were talking about these, I guess, disintegrations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They animated it by hand.
Yeah.
just erasing these people and leaving only their skeletons behind.
Really?
Yeah, and they were talking about like frame by frame doing it.
Yeah.
And obviously we see, depending on the color of the blast, the color of the skeleton.
Yeah.
That is cool. I read, and I couldn't confirm it, but that it was because this came out like December 13th. It was a Christmas release. And so some of the skeletons are green and some of the skeletons are red, but I couldn't confirm if that was actually the case. But either way, it's fucking cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Billy Glenn jumps to his feet as the crowd begins to panic and surge. The ambassador's backup crew begins opening fire with their own guns, bright green lasers emanating from them with every pull of the trigger. But the army returns fire. Explosions are triggered immediately, and when the high speakers are shot, they fall onto the bleachers where the thankfully evacuated special guests were just seated. As all this unfolds, Barbara is horrified, but standing next to Cindy at the casino, Byron only offers a shocked, "Whoa." Billy Glenn flees from the row of tanks shooting at the Martians, and his parents huddle around the TV in fear, no longer giggling. The Martians shoot out the wheels of Natalie's news van, and it falls over, leaving her to crash into the sandy earth below. Poppy flees, and when Jason sees that Natalie has fallen, he jumps from his own van to come to her aid. This did surprise me a little bit
Yeah.
Same.
because he's not been treating her well, but, I guess he does care.
Yeah.
Billy Glenn races through the hail of lasers and bullets and stops at a vehicle with 2 red skeletons occupying the interior. Jason makes a similar journey, running and dodging vehicles, alien fire, and running people. He finally drops to the ground, passing a bright green skeleton as he crawls toward Natalie, still face down on the ground. Billy Glenn puts on his helmet and grabs a rifle. He runs full speed towards one of the militant aliens, screaming, "Die, you alien shithead!" He stops right next to the American flag and takes aim. But when he fires, the magazine falls from the gun. He draws out an "uh-oh" and drops it. Snatching up the American flag and holding it in front of him, he announces his surrender. But this means nothing to the Martian, who blasts him. Billy Glenn shakes as his body is eaten away like nothing, leaving only his quaking skeleton behind.
Look, as he dies, he makes a face that can only be described as a Jack Black face.
Yes. No. Yeah.
Like, he
Yeah.
makes a very Jack Black expression, and I'm surprised that it's in the film.
Somehow, the Norrises get a view of exactly
Also,
That.
that is
Billy
wild.
Glenn
Yeah.
being killed. That made me laugh.
Who is still capturing? I don't know.
There's a few news trucks there.
Yeah.
They're like, "No, get that."
Yeah. People are going to want to see this.
Yeah.
But Sue Ann whimpers, and her husband changes the channel, maintaining in his instant denial that it simply did not happen. On the newly anointed battlefield, Jason continues to crawl toward Natalie under the line of fire. As he approaches, she reaches out her hand to him, but we see one of the Martians firing, and when Natalie pulls Jason's hand into frame, it is disembodied. Poppy snatches it up in her mouth and runs away, but Natalie looks up and gasps in horror at Jason's bright green skeleton. She faints. Byron continues to watch this unfold from the casino with minimum reaction as the Martians pick up the deceased dove.
Yeah.
I don't know what some of the direction was in this scene, because there's a lot, like, this is chaos.
Yeah.
This is potentially the end of the fucking world.
Yes.
And a lot of people are like, wow, man.
I
Yeah.
think it's like John Paul said, they didn't have the scale to be like, today we're on a 9.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about Jack Black's family, and they're like, that didn't happen. That's
Yeah.
That was a film we were watching that or something.
Because
Sorry.
he is trying to change the TV, and he's like, it's not real. If I didn't even see
Yeah. Don't even worry about it.
You saw that.
it. Yeah.
But another Martian picks up Poppy, still clinging to Jason's hand. Yet another picks up Natalie's silver shimmering purse, looking perplexed as he opens it and glances inside. The Martians fire as they make their way back onto the saucer, 2 of them carrying Natalie's unconscious body with them. Without further ado, the saucer ascends into the sky with the intergalactic whirring sound, while Barbara cowers below on the hood of her convertible. At the White House, President Dale stands, shocked by what he's just witnessed.
We just seen, well, what would you say, 4 or 6 little dudes handle the shit out of everybody there.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, are those dudes stormtroopers? You didn't like what
Everyone,
happened?
tanks.
Yeah.
I mean, an army.
We lost, guys.
Yeah, it's over.
I'm gonna go on TV and resign.
Yeah.
And I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
I want to say as well, I don't know why, but Taffy's smiling in the background.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
She's like, that was a cool music video.
And he's like, no, Taffy, that's real. That's really...
Was that the new Oingo Boingo?
The music was fantastic.
But Dale asks if everyone else saw that, and Decker swiftly proposes that they hit the Martians with everything they have. Kessler is composed again, his pipe between his teeth as he warns that they don't want to be too rash.
What the fuck?
What did you just see
Yeah.
on national television?
Decker doubles down.
They were vaporized.
Yeah. We're Christmas skeletons out there.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
yeah.
Decker doubles down that they should nuke them, but Kessler is adamant that they establish a line of communication first. Jerry proposes that they set up a town hall to get the public's opinion.
Look, I understand gauging,
Right.
but this is beyond.
I mean, we kind of just did. You see what happened?
Yeah.
That was the public's
Yeah,
opinion.
that-
I think Jerry's like, we're trying to get reelected.
Yeah.
Dale takes this all in, but he turns to his wife. He asks Marcia her opinion, and after considering for a moment, she answers, kick the crap out of him. And the fact that he's still like, no.
Yeah.
Decker points at her proudly, but overcome, Dale sinks back into his chair. Kessler points out that this could all be a cultural misunderstanding. Taffy adds that maybe to them, doves mean war. Kessler continues that the Martians were visibly frightened by the bird, and Dale remembers that they did say, we come in peace. Jerry nods, but behind him, Decker throws his hands up in frustration. That night in the White House, Kessler sits behind the control panel where the NASA technician was earlier. Dale comes in and sits next to him, and when Kessler tells him that the computer is ready, the president places a reassuring hand on Kessler's shoulder. He tells him that he knows they're making the right decision. As he slides on his reading glasses and opens a folder labeled Presidential Statement, Kessler gets the computer ready to transmit. In a calm and warm voice, Dale begins, introducing himself as the President of the United States. He says that he's speaking with the Martians and hopes that what happened in the desert today was a cultural misunderstanding. He says that they both must have a lot to offer each other, and they must be just as excited as we are that there's intelligent life in the solar system besides their own. As a saucer glides in the space around Earth, Dale continues. He assures them that they have nothing to fear. Although earthly customs may seem strange, we mean no harm.
I was confused why this message is being broadcast in English to the aliens.
Yeah.
It's funny because we'll see in a minute that it prints up at a console. I'm like, when did we get that technology?
Yeah.
When did they work that out? Because the translator just started working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the meeting I saw did not
Not at all.
Yeah.
an exchange of technologies.
Not at all. Inside the saucer, a Martian sits behind his own control panel, wearing nothing but bright red underwear. When a light bulb on the console brightens and swells as an alarm goes off, the Martian perks up. A long strip with Dale's message prints, and he snatches it away, taking it past a row of Martians working at a table.
And it's apparently very casual Friday, I would say.
Yeah.
'Cause that's a lot.
It's probably hot in there.
Yeah, that's true. We don't know.
But the Martians at the table perform experiments. One applies electric shock to the dead dove. Another provides pulses to the hand, making it walk along the table on 2 fingers. Another inspects a tube of lipstick from Natalie's purse through a magnifying glass. When he twists the tube and lipstick comes out, he and the Martian next to him scream and he drops it. This very much was giving Nightmare Before Christmas to me.
Yes.
1,000%.
Yeah.
The test.
Yes.
Yeah.
The test and even making Christmas when they're all on the table
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Very true.
I mean, undeniably. The Martian from the control panel brings the printed strip to the ambassador, still donned in his long red robe, as another Martian carries a black and white cow on its back down a corridor. This is happening in the background.
What I heard about that is I think they said that was a reuse of the cow from, I think, Twister.
Oh, okay.
So it was like a little like Easter egg.
That's funny.
Very nice.
The Martian hands the strip over to the ambassador, bowing and showing respect before returning to the control panel. As the ambassador looks it over, a chair descends from the ceiling, carrying another Martian, but in a sparkly blue cape. This is the Martian leader, and he is looking intently at a Playboy magazine.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
Yeah.
I felt like when Abe is looking at Homer after he was first born and he's eating a piece of pizza.
Yeah.
Like, where did you get that?
Oh. Wait, so this is the leader?
Yeah, it's Martian leader and Martian ambassador.
Is the ambassador
Really?
not the president?
I guess not.
His cape.
Yeah.
That's a presidential cape if I've
It's
ever
a
seen
presidential
it.
Yeah.
cape, but the leader's is the exact same. It's just blue.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel as royal.
No, it doesn't. I'll give you that. It should have been purple.
Yes, that I get.
Okay.
But the two look over the message together and they share a laugh before the ambassador walks away, leaving the leader to unfold and stare at the centerfold in the magazine. When he lowers it, we see that in a tube behind him, Natalie stands in her silver underwear, clutching onto Poppy with a nervous expression. The perverted Martian leader licks out his tongue and tenses fingers, Mr. Burns style, as he smiles and shakes.
I wanted to talk about the interiors of this spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
I saw on that interview on the VFX blog, they had said that these interiors were actually miniatures that were built for the stop motion scenes.
Oh, okay.
And so they filmed them and they matched the CG character models to the 15-inch puppet models
Okay.
in size, and they just used them and moved them around the set.
That is
Hell
fucking
yeah.
cool.
I just the idea of compositing and putting that together is really cool.
And how
Yeah.
tiny. That's really cool.
Yeah, and all the detail as well. They had said, actually, the guys at ILM, they said their plan was to do that exact same thing with Shrek when they made it for DreamWorks.
Oh, wow.
But they decided to go all full animation, but it would have looked a lot like this if they had had their way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm a believer.
All right.
I don't know. At the land home, Art paces by their indoor pool, speaking into a tape recorder. He says that when the investors come, he wants them all to be met with top-of-the-line limos. But he snaps the recording off when Barbara comes in. Annoyed, she asks if he's still spinning his wheel with that hotel. She reminds him that the Martians have attacked. She says that she was there and she saw it. It wasn't any misunderstanding. Art tells her that she's thinking about yesterday, but he's focusing on tomorrow. And when the Martians come, they're going to need a place to stay just like everyone else.
All right.
This dude, man.
That's so fucking funny to me.
That's hilarious.
They're going to check into the hotel?
Yeah.
You don't know anything about them.
No.
They might not even sleep. You know? Like-
And then what currency are they paying you?
That's a great question. But they see the Galaxy Hotel. They're like, this reminds me of home.
Yeah. Oh,
The
right
comforts
there.
of home.
That's so funny. 10,000 rooms, you say?
Yeah.
We can all stay here.
Hmm?
But Barbara looks past him and walks over to the bottle of Southern Comfort that Art has sitting on the table. Wrapping her hand around the neck of the bottle, she says that we should be destroyed. The human race doesn't deserve to live. She takes the bottle with her when she walks away, but Art stays behind. He takes off his cowboy hat, his blonde hair coming with it. I wasn't expecting that.
No.
No, that was funny.
It's all an act.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. He picks the recorder back up and says that he wants the limos to all be stocked with every kind of alcohol known to man, including a bottle of Dom on ice. Now, what is going on with Barbara here and this relapsing and like it is so heavy and it is
Yeah.
not given any like gravity. I wonder if this is like a holdover from Jonathan James's more dark script
Okay.
because I was like, obviously I'm fucking a kid. I didn't even register any
Yeah,
of this.
I honestly forgot that she was even at an AA meeting
Yes.
Yeah.
earlier to even connect the two.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do Jack Nicholson's just having fun.
Oh, yeah.
He's having a blast. We cut to Kessler in a sterile room. He performs an autopsy on a dead Martian with the help of lab technician played by Greg Daniel and doctors 1 and 2 played by J. Kenneth Campbell and Gene Maury. Kessler reports the lack of genitals, which I'm like, why are they wearing panties in the spaceship then?
Yeah.
Thighs get cold or whatever.
It's not on the thighs.
Well, yeah, they were pretty high up. Well, you know.
They're like, this is how they do it on Earth.
On Earth, yeah.
It feels good around the crotch area. Soft fabric, I mean.
Area. But he points out the aorta and sphinx before addressing the highly developed cranial nerve system.
They still have booties.
I guess they booties.
My voice disappeared because I couldn't believe I was saying it.
But they already have a cape. But I guess that's just for like the elite.
Yeah, I was going to say, but not all of them have the cape.
They don't.
It's modesty.
Okay. But Kessler says that the developed cranial nerve system explains the cerebral arteries. Reaching into the hole in the Martian's head, Kessler brings their attention to behind the optic chasm. But he pauses when he pulls out a handful of gooey green slime. He's like, this is very curious. But again, this is a an underreaction.
Yeah.
It is, and what does it prove exactly? Where are we at with this autopsy?
Yeah.
Because we already know they're nitrogen drinking or whatever.
Yeah.
He's just like, dude, they got fucking green goo inside.
Yeah. This is disturbing or whatever. Like,
What's an intriguing development?
Yeah, come on, man.
Back on the spaceship, a Dr. Martian, I guess, dressed in a red gown and a matching red mask tied over their mouth, carries a large jar. He ventures into a surgical suite where other Martians, dressed identically, are hovered over something on a reclined chair. We see now that the jar the Martian is holding contains Natalie's severed head. They move quick.
That was
Like, I know the story. There is cohesion. Like, it happens in a chronological order, whatever. But there are so many gaps between when we last see people or when we last see the Martians that I'm like, oh, they did this. Like,
Well,
you forget.
We didn't see any of it.
yeah, stuff's going on while other stuff is happening.
It is, and we only have so much time.
Yeah. And this really reminded me of Futurama.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right on.
Head in the jar. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
shit.
for sure.
I will say these surgery outfits are a clear reference to Dead Ringers.
Holy shit.
Okay.
You came with the photo.
I did. I just wanted you to see.
Yeah, no, for sure. But the Martians move away to reveal that they have attached Poppy's head onto Natalie's body. Natalie screams as best she can, her floating head emitting a stream of bubbles into the liquid surrounding it as Poppy barks. There is so much iconic imagery in this film, and this and what we see of Natalie in a minute is one of the things that really like just tattooed itself in my mind as a kid. And honestly, revisiting it, you don't see it that much for it to have stuck with me so deeply.
I don't know what they're trying to prove.
They're just like, what these buttons do.
Yeah.
What if we put this on this?
Yeah.
All right.
But that is funny that you say that because I also remember that.
Yeah.
And it isn't long at all.
There's something else that visually I never forgot. It always stuck with me. I thought it was the coolest fucking thing. And then rewatching it, it's like, oh, that is for one scene. That is not even for a full scene. And it's like, what? But the way that it's done, it's just like these things just stick. We cut to Billy Glenn's funeral, where the priest tells his mourning family that he died an American hero defending our country. His parents sob, his father asking why it had to be him, which has a pretty rough implication.
Yeah. And it's rough because his son is in the army, so it really, it could be a discussion of war or any,
But
But he's like, why wasn't it the donut boy? Like, that's all he's saying.
Well, you're like 3 seats down.
Yeah.
the donut boy.
He even like cuts his eyes a little.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
It's like,
but
wow.
It's like, geez, man.
But Richie grips Sharona's hand as she sobs. They begin to play taps as they fire into the air, causing the family to jump. At the Williams house, the brothers play the flesh-eating game at home, shooting their plastic guns toward the TV.
You had that game at home?
Yeah.
And you skipped? You left
To
for
pay?
2
Yeah.
days to
Yeah.
pay? Yeah, that's wild, dude. That's why you should be punished.
Oh, yeah, no.
No.
Louise answers the phone when it rings and seems happy to hear that it's Byron on the other end. She asks if he's still coming tomorrow, and he tells her to try and stop him. The plane leaves tomorrow at 4. So,
Yeah, there's...
Yeah.
We're talking about.
I love this.
Mhm.
I kind of feel like this conversation should have happened before the Martians attacked.
Yeah.
That was yesterday.
Because we're being super chill and really relying heavily on the idea that the planes are still going to be running,
Right.
that all of these things are still going to be in place when there are extraterrestrials in the sky on standby. Maybe we shouldn't be flying planes up there.
Yeah.
That and what the kid says.
Huh.
You're still moving forward with a field trip
No. Yeah.
to the nation's capital.
But
That's true.
but what we're told later, I mean,
Okay. Yeah. No, we'll get there.
I guess, but still,
No,
we're.
It's too much.
Yeah,
It's
I
too
know
much.
they've been missing a lot of school, but maybe one more day isn't that bad.
no, yeah.
I mean,
But Byron asks about the kids, and when Louise calls for them, they immediately drop their guns and rush to the phone. Neville takes the phone first, and he excitedly tells his father they're going to the White House. When he asks a follow-up question, Cedric snatches the phone away, telling his brother to leave him alone when he demands it back. Cedric says that they're going on a school tour, and Byron is pleased to hear that that means the boys are still going to school once in a while. I'd be like, okay, gotta go, Dad.
didn't call you to get scolded.
Yeah.
Yeah. He asks for them to put their mother back on, and Cedric quietly tells Neville that Neville is always the first to the phone, but he'll be first back to the game. They both run away after Louise takes the phone back. She asks Byron why he's wasting phone time when she's going to see him tomorrow. But Byron says that there's something he wants to say to her, just because he feels like saying it. When Louise asks what it is, he sincerely tells her that he loves her. We physically see the words wash over Louise, and she tells him that she loves him too. But she quickly admonishes him to stop wasting money and that she'll see him tomorrow before hanging up the phone. Byron chuckles.
Them long distance calls ain't no joke
No.
for real. Or they used to be. I know now we've got free
Yeah.
everything on cell
yeah.
phones, but
I was going to start talking about certain plans, but
uh,
we're not sponsored by any of these people. I wrote down the same thing that you did as far as the placement of this scene.
Yeah.
I really do think that it should have gone maybe, but I know you have to change, tomorrow.
yeah.
But at the same time, like their mood even as
That's
is
what I'm
as
saying.
if
Okay.
nothing is happening.
And
yeah,
again,
that is true.
I feel like honestly it could be chalked up to commentary, and we talked a little bit about it last week about how crazy shit is happening, but we're just like, oh, I gotta get groceries, I gotta
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like it could be, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it is funny to me that the world watched this happen, and we're just like, I'm selling donuts today. Like, I mean, it's just like, it's funny, but it's not funny at
no,
all.
That's yeah.
and I know it's not just me. We all want Byron to get home, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Again, he's the heart of the film.
Yeah.
Yes. Back at the White House, Kessler sits dozing behind the control panel, but he wakes up quickly when the Martians' yelling comes through the speaker. He realizes that they're responding. He and Jerry race into Dale's office, where they find him at his desk. Jerry announces that they've received a response, and Dale looks nervous for a moment. But Jerry says that the Martians have issued a formal apology. Dale is thrilled, jumping to his feet and proclaiming that this is great. He told them that this would happen. Jerry looks over the reply, mentioning the apology and the ambassador's request. I'm sorry. The ambassador's request to speak to Congress due to the guilt.
All right. Dude, how do you not know?
Yeah.
How we just feel so bad.
Funny, dude.
Come on.
He confirms with Dale that this is a good thing, and taking a drink, Dale insists that it's going to be great for their administration. The next morning, businessman at newsstand, played by Greg Bronson, reads the paper, but we see the headline, Martians to address Congress. A crowd gathers outside of the Capitol building, but military and tanks are standing by. Police officers line the perimeter with a sign that reminds the crowd, no applause, no birds.
I mean, dude, where do you think that hippie is?
He was probably
fuck.
detained.
Yeah.
But the crowd clamors and points to the sky when a saucer arrives for the meeting, and it lands down on its metal legs. In the House chamber, the Speaker of the House, played by John Finnegan, addresses the filled seats as well as the public. As Dale watches on his TV again, the Speaker announces that this is a proud day for all Americans. Dale mentions to Jerry that this is a great photo op and asks if he's sure that he shouldn't be there. Jerry informs him that for some picky reason, the Secret Service doesn't want the executive branch and the legislative branch in the same room at the same time. I can't imagine why.
Yeah.
The Speaker continues that the Martian ambassador would like to say a few words.
Oh. Come on.
He invites the ambassador to come up to the podium. As the ambassador makes his way down the aisle, followed by his green-garbed entourage, Kessler watches proudly from the front of the room. They're open carrying.
Yeah, it's the ray guns for me.
I'm sorry. This, at what point is it like this one's on us? If anything.
Exactly. Everyone turns in their seats to watch the ambassador make his way to the stage and up to the podium. Richie watches too with his boss as they munch on donuts. The Speaker of the House steps to the side so that the Martians can take the mic. Is the translation machine in there? Because
in the microphone?
We still can't understand that.
No, like we'll figure it out later.
Yeah. He'd like to say a few words.
Yeah.
The ambassador looks around the room and reaches beneath his cape. The room is filled with nerves until the ambassador brings his hand out to reveal the strip with the message from President Dale. His strange language amplified by the microphone, he proclaims something unintelligible to us. But after a moment, he just swipes the microphone out of the way and opens fire on Congress. Immediately vaporizing them into skeletons. He didn't even put up the facade for very long.
No.
He probably was like, they don't understand us.
Yeah.
No,
We're wasting our time.
Yeah.
Like, just
none of it makes sense.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah.
Marcia spits out her tea and Dale looks faint on his feet as they watch this unfold on the TV. In the chamber, the Martians vaporize the remainder of the congressman, and when Kessler rushes to the ambassador trying to plead with him, he nearly gets zapped too. As the ambassador's henchmen tear through the room, Kessler sneaks to the podium where he still stands. He pleads with the ambassador that this doesn't make logical sense, but one of the other Martians comes up behind him and knocks him out with a swift hit to the head with the butt of his laser rifle. He drags Kessler away. In the room with her parents, Taffy's like, I guess it wasn't the dove.
Yeah, just
She's like, is this like a continuation of a music video from that Oingo Boingo song?
oh, it's a series.
Oh.
Very cool.
When smoke begins to rise from the Capitol building, Decker commands that they fire. The crowd ducks and scatters, and it's chaos as they open fire on the saucer. But the Martians casually climb back inside, carrying Kessler with them and getting off a few more shots with their lasers before they close the door.
One thing I did forget to say when you were talking about it was whenever Kessler rushes towards the Martians and he goes, Mr. Ambassador, please. That's really funny. Like, what do you think? He's respectful.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, damn, this is too much.
Oh, wow.
This is too much. It also astounds me that after what happened in Nevada, that a crowd still gathered here for this.
I mean,
no shit.
Because I couldn't be further away from this shit.
No. Well, but they know no birds. They're like, maybe that was the problem.
Yeah.
At the retirement home, Grandma Florence cackles over the fact that they blew up Congress. But at the casino, Barbara's sobriety is broken as she takes in the information with shots of liquor. Back in D.C., they continue to fire at the saucer, but it flies away unharmed. At the donut shop, Richie asks why the Martians would do that. And shaken up, his boss wonders if maybe they just don't like human beings. His boss is shaken up, but Richie's just like, again?
Yeah. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of the animals like us either.
No.
I mean,
And with good reason.
Yeah.
In the clandestine-looking war room, Dale joins a circle of men sitting in their chairs, already waiting for him. He's followed by Jerry and the Secret Service, but he's alone when he takes his seat at the desk in the front of the room.
I just wanted to talk about the production design really quick because I love the look of every single one of these sets.
Yeah.
Yes.
They evoke the era, but they are also so beautifully constructed.
Okay.
And this one, the light, the scope of the room,
Yeah.
everything is just so brilliant. The production designer was a guy called Wynn Thomas.
Okay.
And he is actually mostly known for working with Spike Lee.
Oh,
Okay.
But he also did A Bronx Tale.
Oh, nice.
That's
yeah.
a fucking great movie.
I wanted to make mention of that. But I did see an interview with the Directors Guild of Canada, and I read an interview with the African American Literature Book Club. But he was saying in both interviews that whenever he signs on to this project, he assumes that Tim Burton is just going to be hovering over him the whole time because everything in Tim Burton films is so stylized and specific.
Yeah.
But he said what actually happened is he framed it as Tim Burton is an artist who respects artists.
I love that.
And he said that what happened was Burton gives him kind of a vague idea. He does everything, and then Tim Burton comes in later to tweak it and make it more Burton-esque.
Okay.
And to me, I was like, I wonder if this has something to do with The Nightmare Before Christmas. Like, if he learned his lesson from how,
Oh.
I would hope so.
because that's not what we heard then.
Not at
Yeah.
all. And I know that we came down hard on him, rightfully so.
Yes.
In our Nightmare Before Christmas episode, what did you say? 188?
Yeah.
But I would hope that would be a learning experience because he was young. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I would hope that it's just like, no, that's just how he works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, hearing such favorable things from so many people going forward is pretty comforting.
Yeah. But Thomas said that he would begin with ideas of what he thinks of things seen in films from that era.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would research. And I love the way that he put it. He said he researched everything. He had like a folder of references for every single set that he designed.
Okay.
But he said the research will either confirm or it'll inspire.
All right.
Love that.
And I love that so much.
Yeah.
But he said, of course, those films were a big influence. And what he wanted was to kind of convey what they do in their production design, which is to make it very simple and bold, but have small details that if you focus in, you'll notice.
Okay.
And I really feel that here with all of these sets in this film.
Yeah. But Dale thanks the other men for coming on such short notice before apologizing to Decker. Decker takes it in stride, telling Dale that everyone makes mistakes, but with the wave of his finger, Dale insists, not anymore. He's emphatic that they're going to take charge of this thing. Decker is pleased by this and brings his order over to Dale. When Dale looks it over and asks what it is, Decker explains that it's his executive order for the full use of their nuclear deterrent. Dale laughs loudly as he hands the order back to Decker. He's like, "Are you crazy? I'm not starting a war."
Okay.
It's already happening, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, me as a president. Like, it's
I
like,
mean, same. I don't want to do that shit, but at the same time, they're killing a lot of us.
What's
Very
the step
frequently.
before that?
Yeah.
It's just the fact that Congress
Is
They're
gone.
gone, yeah.
But Decker raises his voice, alerting Dale that they're already at war and they need to nuke the Martians now. His laughter completely gone. Dale tells Decker sternly that if he doesn't shut up, he's going to relieve him of his command. But Decker yells that they have to strike now. Annihilate. Kill, kill, kill. Pounding his fists on the desk, Dale yells again for him to shut up. The way that he delivers this line, Matthew Berry said that on the page it just says shut up.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that he delivers it, he was like, that's why he gets paid what he gets paid.
I mean,
That's fair.
Decker does as he's told, and uneasiness descends on the room. Decker finally walks away, taking his order with him, and Dale looks after him, his jaw clenched. He stands and in a cooler tone tells the room that he wants to remind the American people that they still have 2 out of 3 branches of government left. And that ain't bad. He says that he wants people to know that the schools are going to be open and the garbage is still going to be carried out. He wants a cop on every corner, which they would already have if they'd listened to him in the last election. He asks Jerry how soon they can go on air, and Jerry consults his watch, visibly shocked by Dale's speech and this question.
The kids aren't going to school. I know we said that a minute ago,
Yeah.
but this guy's crazy.
Absolutely not. We cut to Dale making his address. He says that it is with a heavy heart that he has to speak to them this afternoon. As Barbara packs frantically in her bedroom, kissing a statue of Buddha before slipping it into her Louis Vuitton bag, Dale reminds everyone that many of their representatives were attacked and killed today. Her placing this statue of Buddha into a fucking Louis Vuitton bag is chef's kiss. And again, can so easily be missed. If you're not, you know what I mean? He says that he will be conferring with other world leaders. Fumbling for his words, Dale tells the American people that soon, working together, we will soon come out at a very real outcome.
Fantastic. Thank you,
did Jerry write this?
Mr. President, for bringing such uncertainty.
He smiles and says, thank you.
And his hands are nervous as hell.
This is not a good... He should not have made an address at all.
Do a fireside chat on the radio. Like
something.
Yeah.
In the saucer, as the seal of the United States appears in a glass dome at the end of Dale's broadcast, a watching Martian does the chicken dance, mocking the president. Elsewhere in the ship, Kessler opens his eyes. His head is being held by something metal with spinning antenna, and as we zoom out, we see that Kessler is nothing more than a floating head. Parts of his body hang around him. As his heart hangs on its own, beating rapidly, Kessler's face wrinkles in confusion. We see what he's looking at. Poppy's tiny body crowned with Natalie's head.
I mean, we were set up to see this soon.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. We already seen the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, and that goes there.
Just the swap is wild. I don't know why they've done this. It's very cruel, I would say.
Yeah. I always remember this too.
Yes. He asks if that's her, and she comes over to him. She answers yes with a smile. You can't get her down. I mean, and I admire that. As Poppy's leg scratches her newly attached neck, she asks how he is. He admits that he's not doing terribly good, but Natalie has a question for him. She asks if he was flirting with her on her show, because if he was, she wants him to know that she liked it. Kessler laughs, asking, really? He tells her that he's watched her quite a bit on TV, and he's had something of a schoolboy crush on her for a long time. Natalie smiles brightly, and her puppy legs prance around in her excitement.
They're very chill for all the bodily trauma they've endured.
Yeah.
His neck is actively dripping blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. And he's just like, yeah, he was kind of flirting or whatever. The scene transitions to a street as a Starline Tours bus goes by. On the street, in a tight red and white dress that goes from her neck all the way down to the floor, a red handbag in the crook of her arm, and a large blonde beehive hairdo, Martian Girl, played by Lisa Marie, swings her arms to the side as she glides towards us unnaturally. As she gets closer, we see her bright blue eyeshadow and her red lips moving as she rhythmically chews on gum.
So you might remember Lisa Marie from Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah.
She's in plenty of things. She was Tim Burton's girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was reading that VFX blog about some of the aspects of this makeup and costume. I remember reading that she was actually sewn into this costume.
Yeah. She said she couldn't sit, use the bathroom, nothing. She had to be standing up straight.
Oh, damn.
They also said the wig, their person responsible for, I guess, bringing the wig to set, I don't know.
Yeah.
But they accidentally left it on a taxi.
What?
On one day of production, and they had to pay $25,000 to make a new wig for this makeup.
Wow.
So the taxi driver was just like, hey, free wig. Yeah, that's what I'm kicking it back.
Like, call the fucking, the station or whatever taxis have.
Oh my God.
But yeah, they said it was $25,000 to make a new wig, and they were, of course, pissed. But then that just shows you as far as the production's concerned and the costs.
Yeah.
But they had said as well, there's a shot coming up that is actually still very remarkable for 2024. And they said that shot, and I'll point it out, they called it the Widowmaker, because they said whoever was responsible for having to do it, it was going to kill them to do it, because it was so painstaking. And again, you don't have these cloth systems and liquid systems.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You don't have things you can do to just follow what you've shot. And so it was a pain in the ass, but I'll point it out.
Dang. Lisa Marie had talked about how that wig left a scar.
Jeez.
Like that she's still scarred by the wig. Because it was actually two of them, and she said they were made of real hair. And in that interview, Valley O'Reilly, the makeup artist, had said that Lisa Marie put the wig on before they filmed for a 10-minute makeup check, and she had to take it off because she felt like it was breaking her neck.
Jesus.
Wow.
They said that they had put her on this conveyor belt to help her glide, and she was like, it's kind of hard to do when the wig almost weighs as much as you do. That's what she said.
Damn. I did notice, T, that when I was looking, because I'll be honest, as many times as I seen it, I always thought this has got to be fake. You know what I mean? Like, this is just, they're using it as a disguise, obviously, whatever.
Yeah, man.
And I'm like,
Her credit is...
Well, yeah, it was the way everything, the way she walks, all that. I was like, damn.
Mm-hmm.
But looking into it, I did see she was also in Lords of Salem.
Yes.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
She was also in Planet of the Apes and Ed Wood.
Oh, yeah. She was
Tim Burton.
She was
Yeah.
Vampira in Ed Wood,
That's very cool.
which is perfect casting, I must say.
Yeah. They had said that Martian girl, just the look of her, and that's what I was talking about earlier that stuck with me.
Yeah.
And we kind of don't see her a lot at all.
No.
But it's so like iconic and visually striking. But I read that she was kind of pulled from Barbarella, images from the Cards, Marilyn Monroe, and The Bride of Frankenstein.
Can absolutely.
Hey.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And her theme, this is what Danny Elfman was talking about, the Lounge Exotica. And he said that the whole time he was writing this, he was smiling the entire time.
I can't even imagine. They had said as well, because JP had mentioned the movements, in that Burton on Burton book, they said that they brought in the choreographer from Chaplin to choreograph her movements in this film.
Really?
It's
Yeah.
so good. And there's one shot of her that I'm like, that's actually pretty fucking creepy.
Dude, it is. And somebody notices, but they just keep going.
That is
Fucking ridiculous.
But they just keep going.
They're like, "Ah, it's probably normal."
But she walks across the street, and we see that directly in front of her is the White House. A limo pulls up, and Jerry is revealed when he rolls the window down. With a big smile, he asks if she's interested in the White House. He rolls down the other window so she can get a clear view of it through the vehicle, and he tells her with pride that he works there. He's the press secretary. He asks if she's ever heard of him, but she only looks down at him, chewing on her gum with no response. Scanning over her body with his eyes, he tells her that she can't imagine the pressure of his job, but he tells her that it's nice to see a new face. But instead of her face, his eyes are lingering on her breasts, and he looks back up at her with a big smile. He offers her a personalized tour, and she responds with a confused gesture, something between shaking her head and a nod. Maybe another life form that doesn't know how to say yes,
Right.
using their head. We cut to Jerry knocking on the door and asking for Mitch, the Secret Service guy, to let them in. When he sees that it's Jerry, he opens the door, explaining that they're all a little nervous because of what happened today, but he pays no mind to the strange woman that glides in behind Jerry. He looks her up and down and straightens his tie before closing the door behind them.
Jerry's got a problem.
Yeah.
He's
I mean,
Well, because she hasn't said
No.
anything. She hasn't changed expression. She had nothing. Jerry leads the way, telling Martian Girl that many great men and women have passed through here, and now here they are. With a chuckle, he tells her that it feels good.
all right.
When she suddenly quickens her pace and catches up to him, he tells her that she's graceful, and he likes that.
Mitch was looking at her
yeah.
the whole time.
He's like, that's not my business.
I'm here to protect the president.
He lifts her hand to kiss it, but he doesn't notice the large ball of her ring that turns to reveal a red Martian eye. The footage of him kissing her hand is transmitted straight into one of those domes for the Martian ambassador and leader to watch. He looks hilarious.
They're like, this is too easy, dude. They're not even trying.
Yeah.
Talk about a red carpet. Jerry beckons her further down the hall, and she follows, gliding silently and chewing her gum. He stops at a bust of JFK and flips the head backwards, revealing a secret button. He grins as he pushes it, and the wall behind him slides open. It is very fitting for JFK to be the entrance to the sex
Yeah.
room.
I
but
was going to say,
Jerry tells her that they call this the JFK room.
I bet you do.
There's a large fish tank behind him, and he goes to the other side of it, gazing at the Martian girl as she looks back at him through the glass. But Jerry goes further into the room and launches himself onto a circular bed with leopard print accents. That bed is hard as fuck.
Dude,
Yeah.
he like knocked all the wind. He's like,
Yeah, there was no give when he jumped on
No.
there. I was like, that's not real.
I
That's
think he
not
fractured his tailbone. I don't want anything to do with that.
and Martin Short acted through broken ribs. We've learned. It's amazing.
I was like, there was no give at all.
No.
The bed made of fucking stone? What is that? Lying across the bed, he offers her a drink. Still moving in her strange and unnatural way, the Martian girl comes over to the bed, but Jerry hops up and heads to the bar to pour them a drink. He makes them and turns around, surprised and pleased to find that she sat down on the bed. He can barely tear his eyes away from her breasts as he joins her, setting the glasses down. He asks how she's doing, but she just stares ahead vacantly. He pounces on her, leaning her out of frame as he kisses her. And when he comes back up, he tells her, he's like, Missy, you're hot. Shut the fuck up. I would get up and leave. That would be it. But he wants the gum out of her mouth. She continues to stare ahead, chewing on the gum, and this man literally sticks his finger in her mouth to try to pull it out.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That was risky.
Well, the Martian girl brings her teeth down, and Jerry loses a finger for his troubles. As he yelps and pulls the nub of what was once his index finger out of her mouth, he rips away the facade on her face, revealing the exposed teeth we've come to expect from the Martians. It looks awesome because he just tears a piece away by her mouth.
Yeah.
Swiftly, the Martian girl spits the finger into the fish tank where it sinks to the bottom. Jerry screams and runs over to the phone, telling the operator that it's an emergency, but the Martian girl comes over quick, bashing him in the head with the statue. Jerry collapses to the ground, and the Martian girl breathes heavily before reaching into her purse, getting another piece of gum and putting it into her mouth.
What a fool, huh?
I mean,
Yeah, come on, dude. He was thinking with one head, and
Yeah.
that is it.
come on.
I'm sorry.
Little decorum.
A fish begins to pick at Jerry's finger, but the Martian girl is loose, moving through the halls hunched over and swaying her arms back and forth. That's the shot that I was
Yeah.
like, ooh, this
Yeah.
bitch is kind of scary. Because that part of her face is torn away.
Yeah.
And the way like she was barely concealing how fucking weird she was moving, but now it's just out.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to hide it.
No. She finds her way to Dale and Marcia's bedroom and opens the door, sticking her hand through first so that her all-seeing ring can get a good look. It shows Dale and Marcia asleep, side by side in their bed, clutching hands. The Martian girl stands at the end of their bed, watching them before finally abandoning her torn disguise.
Why are they sleeping like a double casket? It's like they're ready to be killed by this Martian.
They're sleeping like NPCs.
Yeah.
You go up and they're like, the settlement's in trouble or
Yeah.
whatever.
I will say that tearing off of this mask,
Yeah.
that's the Widowmaker.
Yeah, I
Oh,
fucking
okay.
bet.
Because it looks good still.
Yeah.
But she reaches on either side of her head and pulls off the mask, exposing her Martian face. She reaches into her purse, but it's not for gum this time. She pulls out a bright red laser gun and aims it at the presidential couple. The dog notices this and begins to bark, waking Dale and Marcia from their sleep and causing them to sit straight up in bed. The Martian response to this is to blast the dog, burning him down to his red skeleton. I don't know why I was very shocked by this.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were going to say is what the producers had a problem with.
Nope. It was the burning cows.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like, that's animal cruelty. Yeah, you can zap the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, turn him into a skeleton. I don't care. But that was another one of the things that they had said was directly influenced by one of the cards.
The dog?
Yeah, they had a card that is just a dog being zapped and turned whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But they said they had talked about it on that featurette where they said a lot of the scenes that came for this film were really just like 52 pickup. They threw the cards and just were picking out their favorites.
Oh,
That's so
very
cool.
nice.
But next, the Martian fires at the bed, and Dale and Marcia are able to jump off in time. An alarm sounds, and when Marcia throws a shoe at the Martian's head and causes her to miss her shot at Dale, Dale tackles her. The Secret Service rushes into the room with their guns drawn, but Mitch tells them not to shoot. The Martian has its gun right up against Dale's head. Marcia is quiet but frantic, and Dale tells her not to worry as he's led out of the bedroom and into the Oval Office. Once inside, the Martian fires at Dale's bird, dissolving it within its cage. I was like, God damn it. Mitch takes this opportunity to tell Dale to duck, and he does, allowing the Secret Service to make short work of the Martian. They shoot it dead, green goo flying. When Dale rises to his feet, his hair is mussed and he is covered in Martian slime, but he thanks Mitch, who tells the president that he was only doing his job. Her hair in rollers, her hands gloved, and skincare patches on her face, Marcia runs in to embrace her husband, but screams when she sees the goo he's covered in, then screams louder when she sees the Martian on the ground. President and First Lady Dale lean in close, their perplexed and horrified expression amplified for the Martians, watching it back in the saucer. As the feed cuts out, the Martian leader loses his temper, throwing his hands up in the air and yelling before smacking the Martian standing next to him down to the ground. The Martians all line up in their red panties for a contraption to close around them and open back up to reveal them fully clothed with their helmets and green uniform. They each snag a laser rifle on the way out, and the main theme plays as we see a Martian jump into the control center of something that looks like a giant robot with claw hands.
Mm-hmm.
As the Martians race around them, Natalie asks what's happening. Kessler has to admit that besides the Martians clearly being in an agitated state, he doesn't know. And that frustrates him. Dissolving into tears, Natalie confesses, "Donald, I'm scared." In space, the spinning saucers make their way back to Earth and head directly for the White House. They're like, do you know how much we spent on that wig?
Yeah, dude.
Hey, they were ready.
Yeah, they were. We see a group of scouts walking up to tour the Washington Monument before going back into the autopsy room. We go into the room, not the kids. As Dr. Number 2 peels back the Martian girl's dress and Dr. Number 1 measures the size of the eyeballs, the lab technician rushes in. He holds Martian girl's chewed gum in a container. He informs the doctors that the gum is highly concentrated nitrogen. The doctor takes the container from him and dramatically declares that that's how it was able to breathe in our atmosphere. It's like, yeah, no, we
got it.
Yeah.
Just the element.
You said they breathe nitrogen. But the other doctor looks around and asks, worried, "What's that noise?" The noise is the whirring saucers wreaking havoc outside. They shoot a plane out of the sky, reducing it to flames. They approach the kids outside of the Washington Monument and fire, causing the monument to tip over. The kids are able to run away, but the saucer catches the monument before it falls and knocks it over toward them. When the kids run back to where they came from, the saucer tips the monument in their direction again. They're fucking with them. The kids scream as they narrowly escape being crushed. In the Oval Office, Marcia and Taffy stand nervously by the windows with the offending saucers clearly visible right outside, as Dale has a heated conversation on the red phone. Mitch hurries in, announcing that it's a full-scale invasion and they need to get the president somewhere safe. He turns and sees that the saucer is heading right for the window and drops the phone as he runs with his family. Mitch leads them down the hall, and when Marcia asks if they can cut through another room, he says they can't. There's a tour going through.
So there we go.
That's the comment. At the tour guide, played by Timmy Prulhira, introduces the kids to the Blue Room, where the president usually receives guests. Among these unimpressed kids are Cedric and Neville. It's like, okay, we're all coming together.
Yeah.
It's like a Seinfeld episode. They hear strange noises as the tour guide continues to drone on. And when Cedric asks, "What's that?" the tour guide looks behind her at a framed painting and is like, "That's a portrait of James Monroe." But those are the last things she will ever say, because a Martian runs in behind her and fires, the laser eating her up as she falls to the ground.
I don't think that's fair. She's just here at work, passionate about history.
Yeah.
And then, that's sad.
It's not fair. The kids scatter, screaming. The White House is complete chaos with explosions and fires as everyone runs for their lives while the Martians pile in through the window. When a Secret Service agent shoots a Martian in the body, it is undeterred. But as soon as the bullet breaks its helmet, it suffocates and collapses to the ground. The Secret Service whisk the Dale family through the halls, but somehow Taffy slips away and is left behind.
Yeah.
I feel like she had to try to get lost.
Yeah.
As the guns go off and the fighting continues, Cedric and Neville hide behind the downed alien in the hallway. As Dale realizes that Taffy is no longer with them, the Williams brothers pick up the dropped alien guns, which are very reminiscent of the arcade guns they've been shooting with for most of their screen time. The Secret Service insists that they need to get Dale and Marcia to the back stairs, but somehow they lose Marcia too.
Yeah, I don't quite.
Yeah.
And she looks around cartoonishly astonished by the devastation. But when a Martian is shot at and its laser is shot wildly into the air, she stares straight up. She only has time to whisper, "The Nancy Reagan chandelier," before it falls down, definitely crashing her and not a doll. But Marcia Dale is no more.
Killed by a chandelier. I did not see that coming.
That's good. That's good. President Dale pulls away from the Secret Service and yells her name, but we go back to Cedric and Neville, who shoot at a Martian's helmet with their new weapons until it pops open and the Martian's head is shot, spraying the wall with green goo as it goes down.
See, thank God those gamer kids were there, because those other dudes couldn't hit shit, and they're in here at least doing something.
You're the Secret Service?
Yes. What the fuck?
They should all be playing games.
Yeah.
Get them House of the Dead.
Yes.
As Dale runs over to his wife, the brothers put their experience to the test and quickly take out multiple Martians. But Dale continues to stare at his wife, not even moving when a Secret Service agent right behind him is zapped. But the kids run in front of Dale, Cedric yelling at the remaining agents to quit gawking and get the president out of here.
Do what the kid says.
Yeah.
But we are suddenly in Vegas, getting a view of the skyline at night where there seem to be far-off explosions. At the newly erected Galaxy Hotel, Art Land meets with his investors. He stands among presentation boards, wearing a new wig, this one shorter and gray, and promising that they will get a complete return on their investment within 5 months. Among his audience, Saudi investor, played by Richard Assad, looks bothered, but Art interrupts him before he can ask a question. Art continues that even in this time of intergalactic emergency, the people still want to roll them bones.
He's a salesman.
Yeah.
But the room is visibly shaking, and Texan investor, played by Rance Howard, raises an objection as the table in front of the investor shakes violently.
Rance Howard?
Yeah.
Isn't that Ron Howard's dad?
Is it really?
Yeah, he was an actor, and if I'm not mistaken, wasn't he also the dude that the farmer with Newman on Seinfeld?
I was like, I know he's in Seinfeld. That's exactly it.
I'm sure he has plenty of credits that are.
No, that's it. He was in that in this.
Fair enough. He was in Chinatown with Nicholson.
That's fucking cool. Because that's all he says in
That's
this.
wild.
But Art interrupts him too, asking for only 5 more minutes. Instead of listening to their concerns or acknowledging that the entire building is quaking, Art invites them to come see his brand new state-of-the-art showroom. With a big smile, he promises that it's out of sight. From behind, we see that the back of his Western-style jacket is adorned with a depiction of a UFO beaming down on the Galaxy Hotel with dollar signs on either side of the tall building. This is giving Jupe.
Yes!
Yeah.
I was thinking nope.
My jaw kind of dropped because I was like, there's no way that this wasn't thought of.
Yeah.
Art puts on his cowboy hat that is decorated with the same saucers and hearts. He gallops in place, oblivious to the impending saucers descending on the Galaxy Hotel, visible through the wall of windows behind him. Him doing this dance and the fucking saucers heading straight toward him was hilarious. Yeah. He promises his investors that there is no way they can lose, but he turns just in time to see a saucer, impossibly huge, right up against the window. He throws up his hands and yells, "Whoa!" A saucer shoots at the base of the Galaxy Hotel, and up in the meeting room, the floor beneath the investors begins to sink. Furniture crashes over, and the men are thrown as half of the tall building begins to crumble to the floor. A giant round statue of planet Earth is dislodged, and it comes rolling straight for Art. It rolls over him, and they both go out the window. Art Land and his state-of-the-art Galaxy Hotel both go crashing to the ground in a gigantic cloud of smoke. I did read this was an actual implosion of the Landmark Hotel. This was an actual demolition that they used.
Shit.
I read that in the Las Vegas Review Journal, and they were saying how it will kind of live on forever because its implosion is in Mars Attacks.
Honestly, it did look really...
It looked too good.
Yeah.
And I was wondering about just the visual of it.
Yeah.
Like, how'd they do that? They did that.
They did
Yeah.
that.
That's
Isn't
how
that
they did it.
cool?
Yeah, I thought it was miniatures or something.
Yeah.
Like, damn, that looks good.
That's crazy.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
And just like that, we're at a Tom Jones concert at a casino.
Did not expect
No.
Tom Jones, played by Tom Jones, performs It's Not Unusual with the full band and backup singers, played by Darrell Porter Holden, Christy Black, and Sharon Hendricks. These are his real backup singers.
Really?
That's amazing.
I thought that
Hell
was
yeah.
really fucking cool. As a kid, I knew Tom Jones in this, and I knew Tom Jones in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And so he's like this like ethereal being. Fucking cool. But I read that he was a Vegas icon at this time. He was making $250,000 per show and just wanted to do something different.
Damn.
They said that in that Inverse article because he wanted to work with him and he thought it would be fun.
Yeah.
And it makes me like kind of think that he must be really cool if he's doing this. He's doing fucking The Simpsons,
Yeah.
you know? My 2 points of reference. But
Honestly, I mean...
I read that makeup artist had said that he would go to their makeup trailer and sing for them and that he gave them all signed CDs to give to their mothers.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's really cool.
And Danny DeVito had said that they were actually in Vegas, obviously, and that it was a nocturnal shooting schedule because it's night. So they would sleep all day and be up all night. And he said that Tom Jones would come to his trailer and they would smoke cigars and have the door open and just he called it look at the glittering jewel that is Vegas.
Oh, wow.
And that they would stay up smoking he said smoking stogies
Yeah.
and telling stories all night, and him and Tom Jones would just hang out.
That must have been to be a fly on the wall.
Literally.
And see, I've always, cause me and your sister talked about it this morning a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I always known that Tom Jones has always performed in Vegas, even when I was younger. And it's like, damn, so this dude must have had a whole ass life before that.
Yeah.
And he just did that and stayed there. He's like, this is sweet. I'm going to stay put.
I bet.
Yeah.
I didn't realize two things. Number one, the man is 83 years old now.
Damn.
And he is Welsh.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, it's not unusual to be Welsh.
No. That's in the song, I think.
Yeah.
So we should have known.
To be Welsh by anyone or whatever.
I will say the craziest thing about that song is just how honest it is when he's like, I want to die. I'm like, oh my God.
He's telling you.
Yeah.
He says it so cheery.
And he's smiling in the movie when he says, and his backup singers are still doing the sway, and they're like, Tom, are you okay?
He's like, I'm great. What are you talking about? But Byron is on the phone to Louise, telling her that he's been trying to call all day and that his flight has been canceled. What?
Yeah.
But back at the Williams house, Louise stands with Cedric and Neville, who are still armed with the alien weapons. How they got back home, I don't know, but I'm happy for them. In the window, the plumes of red smoke mar the night's dark sky, and the Martian invasion continues on the streets. Louise tells her husband that there are Martians everywhere, but their call is disconnected. Byron decides that he needs to get to Washington. Barbara pushes her way through the people in the casino, calling Byron's name. So I guess that's what that whole scene was about, to show that Barbara knows Byron.
Fair enough.
When she finds him, she asks if he knows anyone that can fly a plane. This made me laugh because I don't know why she's looking for him specifically to ask this question. I thought it would make more sense if like Byron could fly a plane.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
maybe, I mean, he was a boxer. Maybe she's like, well, he had private jet connections.
Yeah, boxers
Oh,
hang out
okay.
with pilots like notoriously. Like that's who they hang out with.
You would know.
I
Yeah.
know everything about boxing and not a lot of people know that. It's a fun fact.
Thank you for sharing it.
You're welcome.
I know it's top secret information.
Don't be telling anybody about this.
The boxing commission told you because you're on the board. I think.
I am. Don't tell anybody. Or confirm my resources.
This show is broadcasted.
Nobody tell anybody. But Byron reminds her that her husband can fly a plane. And she's like, no, he's dead. Which I don't know how she knows that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if she knows he was at the Galaxy Hotel and she sees what became of the Galaxy Hotel.
Okay.
You know, in all honesty, it looked like half of the Galaxy Hotel fell down. So I thought that he might survive. That he might be on the other side. But I don't know how he's getting down. It's like House on Haunted Hill.
Well, he did get. I think he got knocked out by that ball
By the window?
Yeah, he's gone. He's no more.
He's fine. We'll see.
Well, you know, I did think that about somebody else, and
Well,
Yeah.
we'll talk.
Mm-hmm.
But she says that she told Art this would happen. She even loaded up the plane with supplies because she wanted to go to the Tahoe Caves. It's so remote that the Martians won't be able to find it. When Byron asks where the plane is, she tells him it's at a private airfield on the other side of the freeway. He asks if it'll fly to Washington, D.C., but Barbara doesn't understand why he's asking this. She wants to go to Tahoe. Tom Jones continues performing. He's tearing it up, and the backup singers understand the assignment.
Yeah.
But suddenly, the light illuminating them goes dark. And watching this, I was like, I bet T fucking hates this part.
Well, it's a bit much.
Tom Jones continues to sing, but he turns toward the backup singers as their lights come back up. The women are no longer standing behind the microphones. There is no trace of them, and in their place, they are they're dancing Martians, and Tom Jones goes, Jesus Christ!
His reaction, fantastic. That's not what they're here for.
It made me think of when
gremlins.
It made me think of when the gremlins were caroling and like getting into bar fights, and you were like, "This is bullshit."
Well, but in all honesty, from what we've seen the aliens do, I think that is why they're here.
I feel, but you don't know that about our culture. It's the same with the gremlins. It's like, Christmas. Like you were aware of this.
They're watching it.
They're quick learners, dude.
Yes, goddamn. They're like, hit this tambourine. You love it.
The Martians immediately open fire on the audience and the band, but Tom Jones scurries off stage. There is a troupe of dancers waiting in the wings, and when he bursts through the curtains, he warns them all to get out. They do, screaming as they run. But one Martian really has his eyes set on Tom Jones and continues to chase him, firing lasers and destroying decorations as they go. Tom Jones runs down to the main part of the casino where he runs into Byron and Barbara. I'm like, I keep calling him Tom Jones.
Well, dude, Tom.
What else am I supposed to call him? He tells them that there's a Martian right behind him, but suddenly, Rude Gambler from earlier is standing with them. He is excited when he recognizes Tom Jones, singing his own snippet of It's Not Unusual and asking for his autograph. It's his own version.
It is.
Yeah.
He turns and asks if anyone's got a pen, but his excitement is cut short when a Martian shoots a giant hole in the wall. Two of them jump through, but Byron isn't trying to hear it. When one of the Martians approaches elderly woman playing slots, played by Valletta Carlson, and aims his gun, Byron just walks up and punches the Martian. It slumps against a slot machine as it's knocked out, and the machine spits out quarters for good measure. Tom Jones and Byron loot the Martian and take the guns as they introduce themselves to each other. Tom Jones confesses that he saw Byron fight in Cardiff, Wales, and Byron checks in with Barbara and asks if she's all right. And a little dazed, she admits that she needs a drink. The Rude Gambler agrees that he needs one too, and when the consensus is that they need to get out of here, Byron asks Tom Jones if he knows how to fly a plane, and naturally, he does. And when he asks Byron if he's got one, he says that Barbara does. The Rude Gambler smiles at this, and suddenly Cindy has joined them too.
Well, we got ourselves a group.
Yeah. It's funny to me that the Rude Gambler is just part of this now. Outside, the Martians are going ham on the strip. As a group of them use the crosswalk, one of them carries a translator and the voice reassures, "Don't run, we're your friends." I'm like, how dare?
Yeah.
The Martians continue to shoot indiscriminately as the casino crew flees across the street. In Kansas, the saucers fly past Donut World. 3 cops run out just as the Martians explode the building and send them flying. But the explosion is behind Richie, who has already fled in his red truck. He arrives back at home where his parents sit loading their guns next to a shrine they've made for Billy Glenn. His father is shocked and seemingly angry to find out that the Martians blew up the donut shop. And when Richie asks if he should go get his grandmother, his father tells him not to bother because she's halfway to outer space already. I was like, God, whose mother is this?
Yeah.
Really?
He tosses a gun to Richie, who catches it. But as Sue Ann loads her shotgun, she vows one thing. They ain't getting the TV. I remember this being on that clip, being on the trailer commercial, I don't know, whatever, in Germany all the time. I don't know if it was here, but her being like, they ain't getting the TV, click, and loading it. That was like, I was like, oh, I'm home. Like, I'm a child.
But yeah, no, they can't have my TV.
No.
But back in the war room, President Dale sits at a desk. The floor has been made into a strategy map that's marked with some tanks and an overwhelming amount of saucers. I was like, did they already have those like saucers made? Or somebody knew this was happening.
They're very accurate.
Yes.
He's alerted that the president of France is on line 2, and he insists that it's urgent. Dale is sitting with his head in his hands, looking very defeated and dismal as he looks at the visual representation of the mess that's happening outside of the room. He reaches over and picks up the phone. On the other end, the French president, Maurice, played by Barbette Schroeder, smiles and tells Dale that he's got good news. We see the Eiffel Tower in the window behind him because, as we all know, the Eiffel Tower can be seen from any window in France. That is just film and TV logic. But Maurice shares his good news. The Martian ambassador is here. And they've just reached a settlement.
Are you serious?
He turns around and we see that the Martians are sitting at a table behind him. Dale is like, get out of there. But he hears the Martians yelling on the other end of the phone. We flash back to France in time to see Maurice's red skeleton crumble to the ground as the Martians make short work of the other attendees of this meeting. Outside of the window, a saucer blasts the Eiffel Tower and it falls over. Dale just sadly hangs up the phone.
I mean, what can you do?
No. So when I was looking up people that were in the movie, I did come across Barbette Schroeder. And I thought it was interesting because he's credited for being a director of some movies.
Really?
Yeah. So I went, and the ones that they best listed for him was Our Lady of the Assassins from 2000, Single White Female from 92.
Oh, wow.
Murder by Numbers from 02, and Barfly from 87, which I believe has Mickey Rourke in it.
Oh, shit.
So I was
Interesting.
like, I mean, you know, there's a lot of big names here, but it's like, dude, you're
That's
a director.
wild.
You're just here to get blown up and killed with their
Yeah.
I would.
I would too, but
He might just be friends with Tim Burton.
Yeah.
But I thought that was very interesting.
That is.
That's really cool. Back in Vegas, the army have arrived, but they've brought no order. The shooting continues on both sides, leading to further explosions and deaths. But the casino crew are still making their way downtown.
Really? Is that a Vanessa Carlton movie?
It was, yes. Back in the White House, Dale is no longer alone in the war room, but he is face down on the table, and Decker has to call his name more than once to get his attention. He sets his order down on the table next to Dale's head and thrusts the pen between his fingers, insisting that he needs to sign this. Dale asks if it's his last will and testament, but Decker reminds him that it is an order to deploy their nuclear capability. Dale's entire expression changes, and he still seems hesitant when he finally brings down the pen to the paper. Elsewhere, a hatch has opened up in the ground, and a nuke is released into the sky. Dreamily, Dale walks over the strategic map and stares at the screen that's lowered from the ceiling. In a saucer, the Martians see the incoming nuke, but one simply pulls a lever. A round red ball with a strange silver base is released, and it seems to hone in on the incoming nuke. The two collide in a huge explosion in space as Dale and Decker watch on, waiting to see what happens next. I don't know how how they're able to watch this.
I don't know either. This is honestly some Looney Tune shit. I don't really know. This feels out of place to me. This is like Space Jam, I think. This is the Monstars, not the Martians.
I will say this is a little sillier than...
They got it from Acme. The Martians in the saucer shake with the impact, but the explosion is quickly sucked up into that inflating red ball. It travels back up into the saucer. Somehow, the view from the room in the White House is literally on the Martians inside the saucer.
Like, get a camera up there.
Yeah.
Attach it to the warhead, I guess? I don't know how they did this.
I don't know. Unless they're broadcasting themselves to them. But I mean...
Well, they have before.
Yeah.
They have. He's like, I want him to know it was me. The Martian leader takes the contraption and places the end in his mouth, sucking the contents of the ball. He speaks, delighting the other Martians as his voice is pitched higher like he's taken in helium. Dale is dumbstruck.
Yeah.
As am I.
Yeah.
Just give up. That's it.
Yeah, from
right?
this, yeah, we're fine.
They eat our warheads? Dude, we're done. What are we doing here?
Ooh, dude, warheads are good.
They are.
Ooh, they're a little too sour for
They're
me.
sour. I know you used to run them underwater when we were kids.
I did.
But that defeats the whole... Just eat a candy. Eat a lifesaver.
I was eating a candy. I deactivated the warhead and then I ate it. I don't understand.
So you're an alien.
Yeah. And my voice got higher.
This is how we find out. But the destruction continues. Terrified citizens race through the streets. In London, the Martians shoot Big Ben and explode it. In South Dakota, the lasers trace along Mount Rushmore, and when the dust clears, the president's faces have been replaced with the faces of 4 identical Martians.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
They're all the same.
I swear.
In India, Martians pose for a photo in front of the Taj Mahal, and another Martian snaps it just in time for the ornate mausoleum to explode behind them in the shot. On Easter Island, a saucer rolls a bowling ball and knocks over each of the statues in one shot. Once they've all collapsed, the Martian leader cheers inside and slaps another Martian a high five.
They know high five?
They know high fives now.
Well, we'll find out a little later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There are more shots of people running and screaming frantically through the streets. Then, roaming freely, Godzilla stomps through a city, emerging from a cloud of smoke. But we quickly see that the Martian leader is watching this on their version of the TV as another Martian makes a martini for him. When the Martian leader hits the remote and it changes to the Dukes of Hazzard, they both stare. I was like, they let Godzilla
Yeah,
out.
it's like, what the fuck?
I was confused for a second.
Yeah, and the quality of the film changed. I was like,
Yeah.
what is going on?
But this is how they know. They've probably been watching all our shit.
True, yeah. Back in Kansas, a trailer is a rockin'. Inside, as Stayin' Alive by the Bee Gees plays, we see a couple making it sweet. Is that approved?
That is approved. Wild choice on the song, by the way.
Wild.
And they showed way more emotion than I thought was okay in a PG-13 movie. I will say.
Way more motion.
Yeah, of a certain region, I would say.
2 Martians see this too, and they're breathing so heavily that they have to deploy a windshield wiper to clear the steam from their helmets. But the couple, Sharona and Trailer Lover, played by Kevin Mangan, look up and Sharona screams. I was like, girl!
Yeah, that she took no time looking for a pounding. Like it was like,
right.
it's time.
See,
to-
that's not okay.
The best way to get over it is to get under someone. So, I
Yeah.
mean...
The decorum for him is not... People grieve in their own way.
Exactly.
That's all we're trying to say.
I just was shocked because I don't remember this being her.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember this at all. I'm sure our eyes were closed.
Probably, you know what? They were like, that was too much movement.
Yeah, ooh, that was of a certain region, I would say. That's yes.
But in Norris's trailer, they hear the scream and a bright green light flashes from outside the curtained window. Sue-Ann asks what that was, but Richie just sets his gun down and says that he's going to go get his grandmother. His father demands him to stay and defend the trailer, and Sue-Ann chimes in that that's what Billy Glenn would have done. His father is adamant that if Richie leaves, he is disgracing an American hero. I'm not following the thought process there. But Richie doesn't care about any of this. He insists that he's going to get his grandmother, and when his parents call after him, he ignores them. The shots of lasers in the neighborhood continue as Richie gets in his truck and drives away. As soon as he departs, that giant robot with the claw hands that the Martian jumped into earlier walks into the scene. I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, Max? What the fuck?
It's too much.
Yeah.
They have too much. And were they keeping that on their ship? How did that fit on their ship?
Yeah.
We're tearing at too many threads, I think.
Sorry. Promptly, it picks up the Norris's trailer. Inside, they demand to know what's going on as they slide from one side to the other, and Billy Glenn's shrine falls over. But the Martian's robot just picks up another trailer. Richie's dad fires through the ceiling at the robot, but it's no use. It pulls its arms back and smashes the two trailers into each other. Richie glances nervously in the rearview mirror as the robot steps onto the road. It quickly abandons the two homes, dropping them onto the street before breaking into a run after the truck. Back in Vegas, they bicker about which way to go, but Byron insists that he knows a shortcut. He leads them into a maze of downed signs, but the rude gambler has had enough. I did want to point out, because I was like, what is this? There is a neon museum in Vegas, and this is called the Neon Boneyard, where they keep all of the huge iconic signs that they don't use anymore.
Okay.
And they have tours that you can buy. It's only like $20 for adults, I think.
And
you can tour
Yeah.
the Neon Boneyard. How fucking cool is that? I'm sure anybody in Vegas or from Vegas is like, duh. But I was like, whoa!
Yeah.
Like, that's really cool. But the rude gambler tells Byron that just because he's dressed like King Tut doesn't make him their leader. He puts his foot down that Byron's taking them in the wrong direction and he's going back to the hotel. Why would you go back to the hotel?
I don't know. And we've barely been running for a little bit.
He's like, fuck this. They ran across the street.
Yeah.
But he leaves on his own. Byron leads the rest of the way, and when Barbara is hesitant on who to go after, Byron leads her with them by the arm. She laments that she liked the rude gambler. As the gambler makes his way alone, he mutters to himself that he should never have left the hotel. But it's like, dude, you saw what was happening at the hotel.
Yeah.
But he comes to a dead stop when he sees a Martian standing alone. The Martian spots him and immediately raises its gun. The gambler thrusts his hands in the air, telling the Martian that he surrenders. He steps toward the Martian carefully, telling it that they Martians are intelligent beings. They can make a deal. He can help. He's a lawyer. If they're going to conquer the world, they're going to need lawyers. I mean, he's probably not wrong. Shout out to Bill.
Yeah. We're trying to conquer the world.
Yes, come with us. He takes the watch off his wrists and holds it out, offering it and saying that it's a Rolex. Like, he doesn't care,
he doesn't give a
dude.
shit.
But this does nothing to persuade the Martian. It fires, and the rude gambler gets this really cool death for some reason.
Yeah, like he's been here, like, I don't know.
Like he's being electrocuted, the skeleton flashing in and out before he finally dissipates, his skeleton crumbling to the ground in a cloud of green smoke. I did read in that article that Danny DeVito said that he, at the time, he said that he had this obsession with losing weight. So I guess the pants that he had got for this, he had lost weight and they were baggy. And so when he was doing this shaking thing, you know, because obviously they didn't really vaporize him, he's got to stand there and shake, that his pants fell off.
Oh, wow.
And the entire crew was laughing their asses off. He was like, and I thought that it might happen. Reading it, you can just hear it in Danny DeVito's voice.
He dropped his Magnum condom.
So you're saying he knew the risk?
Yes. But truly, this is the true American hero that was lost in this.
Fair point.
But the Martian flips his gun around before placing it back in the holster. But he is quickly vaporized too. We see that Barbara is the one that shot, and when Tom Jones commends her on it, she says that it's just a pity she was too late. And it is.
Yeah.
Byron asks for his gun back, and he has to wrench it from her hands before leading Tom Jones, Cindy, and Barbara in the opposite direction. Back on the street in Kansas, the giant robot races after the truck, like that one scene in Terminator 2, or that one scene in The Simpsons when Homer wanted to get in a quick 9 down at the pitcher.
Guess he didn't see me.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It had
looks
to be.
exactly.
And apparently got 2 cast members from Terminator in this film, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the Martian inside laughs as it thrusts levers forward to keep the robot's legs moving faster and faster as it gains on Richie's truck. But we see that across town, the Martians have infiltrated the retirement home. They terrorize and vaporize the residents, but Grandma Florence is oblivious to all of this. She sits in her room, vibing to her music with the headphones on, and doesn't even flinch when the wall behind her is blasted out. When a Martian peeks in and sees her, he stealthily tells his buddies to follow. I don't know why Grandma Florence is so special.
Yeah, she warrants all of this.
Well, she's sitting there. He's like, look, would we just sneak in here?
I guess. He's like, let me show you where I keep my dad's gun or whatever.
Oh, don't. Jesus. Really?
I don't know.
That was surprising to me.
But Richie continues to speed down the street, cleverly leading the giant robot right into power lines. Richie takes a sharp turn and the robot goes down, the Martian's slimy green brains hitting the glass dome as it crashes to the ground. Amidst the explosions, Richie pulls up to the retirement home. Inside, the Martians, for some reason, have a grudge against Grandma Florence. They wheel in a huge laser gun and aim it right to the back of her head. Meanwhile, Richie is running down the hallway action hero style as explosions flare around him and he narrowly misses a skeleton in a flaming wheelchair heading his way. The Martians get ready to fire into the back of Grandma Florence's head, but Richie stumbles into the room just in time. He calls out for her, and when she turns, her headphones pull out of the speaker, and the room is filled with Slim Whitman's voice crooning Indian Love Call. The Martians look concerned and their brains start to undulate. They beat against the confines of their helmets until their heads finally explode, filling the helmets with green slime. Confused, Grandma Florence tells Richie that she thinks these guys might be very sick. Richie asks what's killing them, and after a moment of consideration, Grandma Florence presumes that it must be her music.
I remember as a 5-year-old child thinking this is very anticlimactic. For this to be the answer and solution to the problem.
That's fucking hilarious.
I just remember being disappointed as a kid. I was like, Grandma's music?
I wasn't, because I was like, she listened to this earlier.
Yeah, and she's fine. I don't understand. I'm a child. Brains are brains, right?
It doesn't matter. Some brains are pink, some are green and gooey. You know, it's not my business.
Very good. I did read in that Burton on Burton book, the idea of the music was obviously within the screenplay, but the idea of it being Slim Whitman was Tim Burton's idea.
I love that.
Okay.
It's iconic.
Yeah.
I literally looked it up on YouTube and the comments were like, who's here for Mars attacks? Who's using this to stop the invasion? Who's here? It's iconic for this.
Yeah.
Well, the voice, he said it was a sonic voice that sounds like a theremin.
Oh,
It does.
Okay.
It does.
Yeah. And they were getting ready to fuck her up.
They were.
Why so?
Yeah. I don't know.
Back at the White House, Decker loads his gun. Dale turns around to face the door, his suit jacket abandoned as Mitch readies a semi-automatic with his arm that's not hanging in a sling. The moment of silence that follows is broken when the doors to the room are blown inward and a bright green ball comes bouncing into the room.
Did their preparation for this invasion in this scene remind you of the Cabin in the Woods?
It didn't, but I can see that.
Where they're kind of in that bunker and just waiting for everything
Yeah,
to
it's
pour
like,
in?
all right.
Oh,
Yeah. Everyone scatters at the sight of the ball, but followed closely behind it are the Martian leader and 2 armed Martian flunkies. The Martian leader picks up the glowing green ball and shakes it, revealing it to be a snow globe with a rendering of a Martian inside.
Yeah.
What's this?
The extraterrestrials laugh heartily, and Dale looks a little disarmed. They were like, look, they're fucking scared of everything. Decker, though, is approaching the Martians with a gun in each hand. He tells them that they think they can do whatever they want, but they can't. He says that we are human beings and we have the United States Army that will fight them to the last man. He proclaims that they will never surrender as he opens fire on them, but the bullets just seem to bounce off. And in retaliation, the Martian leader shoots him with the gun we've never seen before.
Yeah, I was like, this is a new method of...
They're like, look, this is the last call. The film's got like 15 minutes left. Circles of blue light radiate over to Decker, and when he's hit with them, he shrinks smaller and smaller, his voice going into a high and comedic pitch as he shrinks to the floor, still promising that democracy will survive. Once Decker is small enough to stand among the tiny saucers on Dale's map, the Martian leader smashes him with his foot. Dale laments this briefly, but he has to duck behind his chair when the Martians open first. Mitch jumps in front of the president and is promptly shot, crumbling into a green skeletal heap. Dale just watches this.
Yeah. But really, what can he do?
I mean,
really nothing. When the Martian leader seems to address him now that the room is clear, he stands from the chair he was hiding behind. He asks why they're doing this. Isn't the universe big enough for both of us? The Martians stand by as Dale laughs, asking what's wrong with him. He pulls his jacket off the back of his chair and puts it on, questioning why they should be enemies when they could work together. Is it because they're so different? He steps over Mitch's skeleton as he approaches the Martians and implores them coolly to think of the things that they could do together and how strong they would be. He opens one hand wide to represent Earth and brings fingers together to signify Mars. He puts them together. He promises that there's nothing they couldn't accomplish together and tells them to just think about it. Why destroy when you can create? As the Martians look each other over, seeming to take this in, Dale tells them that we can have it all, or we can smash it all.
That is shocking. Is he trying, is he saying...
Oh,
yeah.
I took it as we can do it all together or we can ruin it.
That's why I was like, is he saying we can exactly that? Or we can
fuck shit up.
Yeah, we can destroy the world together. I'm on your side. What is he trying to...
What's going to get me out of this room?
A chandelier killed my wife this afternoon. I'm feeling a lot of shit. So let's,
Now's the time to swing.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing?
But the Martian leader looks down before meeting Dale's gaze again. Dale asks genuinely, why can't we work out our differences? Why can't we work things out? Little people, why can't we all just get along? He smiles at them, and his words move the Martian leader. A tear falls from his eye as he steps forward, and he thrusts a hand toward the president to shake. Dale is taken aback by this for a moment, but finally reaches forward and shakes hands with the Martian leader. The two nod at each other approvingly, but suddenly, the hand breaks off and becomes spider-like with a long, sharp metal tail. It crawls up Dale's arm, across his shoulders, and down his back. President Dale's eyes roll back in his head as the sharp metal tail impales itself through his body, coming out of his chest. He falls backwards on the map, dead, and the tail extends, finally unveiling the Martian flag, green with a black circle at the center adorned with a red pyramid and a red Martian eye presiding over it. The Martian leader and his cohorts make their circle at its presence before leaving the room, chattering to each other and leaving President James Dale dead on the floor among the tiny flying saucers representing their hostile invasion.
A wild, wild scene.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember being so shocked at this when I was a kid. And also, I'll be honest, I thought this happened toward the beginning of the film. I did not remember this happening at the end.
Okay.
I guess because I forgot that Dale was like, no, next time they're going to be nice.
Yeah.
Well, the Martian crying, I'm like, are they really?
Yeah.
But no, they're just little assholes.
Yeah. And it was so buzzer prank like shaking his hand and being like, nah. That is so much. And they're impaling him with their flag.
Yeah.
The disrespect.
I had forgot about this too. I remembered that it was a little later in the movie, but I forgot that the hand came off and did that whole thing. So when it happened, I was like, man, nice try, but fuck, dude.
Very nice try. Because damn, I was like, yes, we can have it all or we can smash it all. I was like, yes. No.
They smashed it all.
Yeah.
Said say less. But back in Kansas, Richie drives himself and his grandmother away from the retirement home while Slim Whitman's I'm Casting My Lasso Towards the Sky blasts on the stereo. Grandma Florence nods her head along to this, but Richie glances nervously at the flaming donut on the side of the road that used to sit atop his work.
So it's just any song by Slim Whitman.
It's just the voice.
Maybe.
On the streets, the Martians destroy shops and stores, a monotone voice maintaining that no one should run because they're their friends. Richie rounds the corner, and the music makes the Martians' heads explode in their helmets. In their wake, a Martian rides on the back of a motorcycle, and it wrecks as they react to the music. From behind the wheel, Richie announces that their next stop is the radio station, and Grandma Florence is ecstatic. I do want to, we'll talk in a minute because it made me laugh out loud. But in Vegas, Barbara announces that she sees the airfield, but the group's respite is short-lived when a saucer flies in behind them and starts shooting. They run and crawl through a hole in the fence, screaming at the explosions as they make their way to the hangar. They run inside, and Barbara immediately finds the plane unharmed. Byron instructs Barbara to go with Tom to get it started, but he enlists Cindy's help in getting the door open. I was like, well, the plane's fine.
Yeah.
I just expected more of like a struggle to get to the plane, and then they open the door and it's just sitting there fine.
It's even got gas in it.
Yeah. Then back in Kansas, Richie and Grandma Florence make it to the radio station with no drama or problems.
Yeah.
And that made me laugh out loud. 'Cause he's like, next stop, radio station. Now we're at the radio station. Richie starts a record of Indian Love Call. Slim Whitman's crooning is dispatched, and in a saucer, we see the Martians' heads begin to ripple. I was like, well, that's okay.
See, again, this is a little anticlimactic. I'm just saying.
Well, how did they get in there? Then nobody stopped them and said, sure, play whatever you want.
The Martians already took care of them,
Yeah.
I guess. And then they left because they're fine.
Yeah, the skeletons got up and walked away.
Back at the hangar, Barbara asks if Tom Jones can really fly this. And he's like, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Which is frightening.
Yeah.
But he grimaces when he turns on the radio. At the sound of Slim Whitman's voice, he questions who put that on and switches the radio off. Hold on, though, 'cause I'm just realizing that Richie did that in Kansas and we're in Vegas.
Oh,
true.
yeah.
That is true. You're not supposed to think about
It
that.
doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Nationwide,
Yeah. I didn't think about that.
this station.
But Byron and Cindy struggle until they finally get the door open. Cindy is horrified when they see that right on the flight line, the Martian ambassador is addressing a huge group of the Martian army. Byron tells her to keep calm because the Martians haven't spotted them yet. He says to get in the plane, he'll distract them, and they need to go at their first opportunity. But Cindy protests that she's not leaving him. When he tells her harshly, though, she runs back to the plane. Like, okay, well, don't yell at me because now you're getting left. Byron pulls the doors open the rest of the way, and Barbara screams when she sees the fleet of Martians. Cindy climbs in, explaining that Byron is distracting the Martians so that they can escape. Barbara immediately begins to pray, and Tom Jones is adamant that they can't leave him.
When he had said that Byron flipped,
Yeah.
I thought he was saying that he was on the Martian side now. That
He's the
flipped.
Martian now.
Yeah, but he means he's lost his mind.
That's a different movie.
Yeah.
He turns around, he's like, ah.
Yeah. Well, oh, shit. Tom Jones is like, you got to get out of here.
Byron approaches the Martian army. He tosses away his weapon and starts to pull off his costume. He announces, no weapon, no clown outfit, just him, Byron Williams, heavyweight champion of the world. The Martian ambassador puts up his dukes as his cohorts pull off his robe. He's ready for the challenge.
Well, he understood. I'm not gonna lie. I love that he understood because they like look at each other and get a little back and forth, and then he's like, "Take my robe off. Take my robe off."
Why are they being fair?
I don't know.
After all the shit we've seen them do?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Because he's like, hold your fire.
Yeah.
Aren't you the same man who impaled the president with your fake hand?
Yeah.
And he's like,
Yes,
all right.
yeah,
That was literally you.
that was
But he's like, I respect the heavyweight champion of the world.
He's like, oh, okay.
the gentleman's agreement. They love boxing just like me. But the two circle each other in fighter's stance. The Martians cheer their ambassador on, but Byron punches the helmet until it breaks and the ambassador goes down. I was like, this is this is hilarious.
And this is where it's like, you're in or you're out.
Exactly. I feel like they've slowly ramped up, and then it's at the point where it's just like, okay, either you're still with us or you're just fucking not. Tom Jones gets the plane started as Byron tries to kick the rest of the Martians' asses. The plane soars into the air without incident as Byron is sadly overtaken by the brawling aliens. As they fly over, the Martians step back, revealing Byron's motionless body beneath them.
We'll talk about it later.
They jumped him.
They did. And
They
then
did.
They were fine with it. They were content with their job they've done.
Hey, it happened to Mike.
All right.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay.
I didn't see an alien with a toaster iron, though.
No. I did want to say, again, keeping in this trend of, we need the plane. Oh, good, the plane's here. We need the radio station. Okay, we're in the radio station. We need to fly this plane. Tom, do you know how? Yeah, I'm sure I do. And it immediately just flies there. I was like, man, everyone's getting really lucky finally. But back at the Williams house in D.C., Louise holds her sons tight, suddenly overcome. Her eyes filling with tears, she whispers that something has happened to Byron. Somehow, the word has gotten out, and the army walks the streets of Vegas, blaring Indian love call and making short work of the remaining Martians. They even fly the song over the site of the burning Taj Mahal, dispatching the Martians there. In the saucer above, these Martians are overcome, causing saucers to crash into each other. In one of the saucers, Natalie's body, still crowned with Poppy's head, strangles a Martian. The Martian leader's brain pulses and explodes as Natalie and Kessler watch. The saucer shifts and pitches wildly, causing Kessler's head to fall, rolling to the ground, and Natalie's to free from the new stitches attaching it to Poppy's body. As her arms continue to throttle the Martian, Natalie's head rolls next to Kessler's. He tells her earnestly that he wishes things could have been different. She agrees and tells Kessler that she loves him.
It's a little quick, I'd say.
He tells her that he loves her too, and the two disembodied heads share a romantic and passionate kiss. The saucer falls down to the earth, and with the backdrop of a destroyed skyline, it sinks into the sea. They're dead.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you still have like a little bit of hope if like before all that happened, like you see like them going crazy, you're like, no, wait, please put my head back on my body real quick.
I don't think they're going to do that.
No?
Wishful thinking.
Yeah. I know you're going through your own thing, but
It would be like really important to me, please.
yeah, but I guess not. But they're dead, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a new dawn rises, squirrels, birds, turtles, and deer roam freely. Barbara, Tom Jones, and Cindy emerge from the mountains, and a pristine white dove rests on Barbara's finger. They continue to wander, Cindy holding lovingly onto a ferret and Tom Jones stopping to caress the deer. Serene music mounts as they look over the sea, where the remains of crashed saucers stick out of the still, calm water. In the smoldering remains of the Capitol building, Taffy Dale stands holding medals. A mariachi band plays behind her, and at her side, Grandma Florence covers her ears, unable to handle the tones of this music.
Mm-hmm.
Once the music stops, Taffy awards Florence with the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest decoration the nation can bestow. She graces Grandma Florence with a kiss on the cheek, and Florence thanks her, but tells Taffy not to dare let this happen again. I guess she's the president.
Yeah.
The chain of command, I don't.
Better.
Or the line of succession, I guess you
Sure.
say.
Yeah.
She goes to Richie, bestowing upon him the Congressional Medal of Honor as well for saving the world from the Martians on behalf of her parents who couldn't be here today.
Very burying the lead there.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an understanding.
Yeah, they were tied up. They're
Yeah.
on vacation, actually.
He tells her shyly that she doesn't have to kiss him if she doesn't want to, but she says that she has to before planting one on his cheek.
It's in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Comes with the medal.
Yeah.
It's just part of it.
Comes with the medal. It's a combo.
I love
And
you
a
so
drink.
much.
Yeah.
Taking a folded piece of paper out of his pocket, Richie asks if it's all right that he prepared a speech, and Taffy deems this as appropriate. It made me laugh because she's like, yes, that's very appropriate. I was like, are you being sarcastic?
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It is. He steps in front of the microphone and addresses the crowd below them. After they prompt him to speak up, he says that there are a lot of people in the world that have done much more than him, and they're the ones that should be getting the medal. He thanks his grandmother for being good to him and helping him save the world. He says that now they have to start over and start rebuilding. But maybe instead of rebuilding their houses, they could live in teepees because it's better in a lot of ways. And that's all he has to say.
Maybe your speech wasn't
Appropriate.
Hey, take that medal back.
When'd you write that?
Yeah. On the right here?
Yeah.
While I was kissing
Well,
you? Like, that was quick as hell.
There's nothing written on that paper. He steps back and grinning, Taffy asks if he has a girlfriend. Smiling back, he tells her no.
I have to be honest, my kid brain
Yeah.
and my recollection and memory of this movie is they were the leads and they were together this entire film.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought that.
I thought that she was in it a little more as well. I will be honest.
I thought that Richie was in it more because he, quote unquote, saves the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
He's
thought that
barely here.
Yeah.
that it was more following him. Really, President Dale gets the majority of the screen time.
I mean,
In her house, Louise cleans the living room before telling her sons to pitch in because she can't do it all by herself. She beats the dust out of one of her pillows before looking in the distance longingly. In their room, the boys find a dead Martian in their bed, and when they roll it off, we see that the entire wall to the building is gone. The Martian's body falls past another apartment below, where a man with an injured arm is cleaning his kitchen. We see the inhabitants of the building, all doing their best in their apartments, exposed by the lack of the wall. Triumphant music swells as a sandaled foot comes down on an alien head, breaking it apart and spilling out its green, gooey contents. Byron stands in front of the building and sees his family, cleaning and oblivious to him. He breaks out into a run, unable to be stopped from their reunification, just like he promised.
isn't it odd that we do not see their reunion at all?
Yeah.
We don't even see them see him.
No.
They're
Yeah.
still cleaning.
Like that, this is the triumphant, like he kisses her, they're back together.
Yeah.
And they all hug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're just like, well, he's going inside. What's happening?
I read that initially Byron was killed.
What?
Really?
Yeah, that's
In
why-
the boxing match?
Yeah. He was beaten to death by the Martians.
Really? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. That's crazy.
That's a lot.
When I read that,
Dude, that's
Jim's story was much darker, and Byron does not make it home to his family. And I think that that's probably why we see him laid out like a fucking chalk outline because
and then that's it.
because
Yeah.
that was probably it.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I can't even believe that.
That's a bit much.
It's probably for this movie probably too
Yeah.
much.
Tom Jones is like, no, he was beaten to death.
We saw it.
That's unusual. And then they just fly away.
Dun, 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 dun. But back in the mountains, the animals flock to Tom Jones, and he starts to vibe and dance as It's Not Unusual begins to play. It cuts to black, and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Mars Attacks?
First, Tom Jones, was that like a hawk that landed on his arm or something?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. What a fucking ride, huh? That's such, I say this with all fun and love and nostalgia, but what an amazing movie. Like, god damn, that was a ride. What a treat. I enjoyed so much of that. I do agree that the song, using the song to defeat them is a bit underwhelming. It's a bit of like, but I mean, I guess it's just like everything silly that's been going on. It's just like, fuck it. That's fine. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess.
I think when I was a kid, I thought it was like, oh, this must be an adult joke I don't understand.
Okay,
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So, like, everybody knows Tim Burton hates Slim Whitman. Of course it would be Slim Whitman.
Is
and
it
I'm like, I'm
country
5.
music? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was like, I don't, sure. Mom, can you, Dad, anybody?
Someone
Nate,
tell
you
me.
got 2 years on me. What the fuck? What's going on?
But yeah, no, I feel like they could have maybe done something a little more. But again, I think that it's a good come down from the high that we were just on and everything we just experienced, and then it's like, okay, now we're on the downslope, and it's like, all right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
That way we can have this happy ending, and then it not just be like, oh, we defeated the aliens, hooray, and then it's over, and it's like, all right,
Happy for some.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
no, yeah, but that's why I get it. But Tom Jones, a lot of people lost their lives.
Yeah.
Dude.
Like, happy for you, Tom.
We don't have Congress anymore.
Yeah.
Or president.
Or president.
But I would definitely recommend anybody who hasn't seen the movie to watch the movie again. And like you said, I think I'm in the same camp. A lot of people that didn't absolutely hate the movie. I didn't know that. I thought it was just like, you're like, okay, yeah, that's okay. Or you're like, no, that's great.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see why. I do at watching it now from an adult lens. I totally understand people that are like, what the fuck is this? But I'm not one of those people. So so I cannot see that. I can understand it, but I can't see it. But yeah, fucking fantastic.
It is a very, very fun movie. That's the operative word.
Yes.
If you want a fun time, I think you will have a fun time if you just turn your brain off, enjoy, and watch.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of it, I mean, it's a really fun homage to a certain era of films.
Yeah.
Nevada.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I enjoy it a lot. I have a lot of fun watching it. I get the ending with the song and everything. I understand because it feels like they're doing like a War of the Worlds thing.
Yeah.
Where this thing that's normal to us is like fucking the end of the world for them because they're not from here. They don't know what it's like. They've never heard Slim Whitman. But I just, Nate's just laughing.
I'm laughing because off mic you said, what is this rat race ending?
Yeah, what is this rat race ending where they're like ending it with fucking All-Star and they're like, no, just play the music and take it to the... It's like, what? But
Hey, now we're back to Shrek.
yeah, we are. Very
Shrek
good.
as well.
Very good. But it's like, so is he dating the president's daughter now? Is he going to move
Yes.
from
No, yeah.
Kentucky? Does he live in the White
He's
House?
relocating.
Is there a donut shop in the White House? I don't understand.
Dude, how did they get to DC already when they were in Kansas?
Maybe Kansas. I
What-
can't remember.
whatever,
If
the
it, was,
hell
Kansas.
it started outside of Kentucky. The beginning
Yeah.
Yeah.
with the cattle.
Well, my question is, how did they get to DC? The Capitol building's not even fixed yet, but they're like, we need to honor these people.
Well, they did a lot.
Yeah.
They did a lot. I will say, I guess the passage of time is them like being one with the animals or whatever. And they're like, oh wow, it's been like a year, I think. Tom Jones is like king of the jungle.
He owns the Hawks now.
But I mean, it's a lot of fun. I do have my gripes here and there, but nostalgia is a powerful thing, and I think we'll learn that even more when you guys give your scores.
The accuracy. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you both. I know that there are issues, and there are issues with the story and kind of the way that things move along, and we're left... I think because we're hopping around so much, when you're watching it, you don't really think about it. But when you really stop to try to make like a timeline or make sense of what's happening, it's like, oh, a lot must have happened off screen, and we just got to be okay with that. I think that there's really interesting commentary there, really surrounding President Dale,
Yeah.
which you would think most films would tell a story of us being hostile and them trying to make peace and us not being able to receive it because of the way that we are.
Okay.
Kind of inverting that and telling the story about these aliens, whether or not initially they did come in peace. They seem to fuck around, though. If he's shedding crocodile tears to the president, I don't know that they ever came in peace. I really don't.
Yeah,
or
that
maybe
is true.
they're just really afraid of doves. I don't know, because even him saying like, look, that it was just a misunderstanding. They're like, oh yeah, may we speak to Congress to apologize to them directly?
We're feeling guilty.
But yeah, I think that it's so funny in ways that I could not even appreciate as a kid. But the whimsy that I did love as a kid is still there. It's like they made a film for kid me and a film for adult me. And I really do appreciate it. I can kind of even just slide into ratings, honestly. I will say I cannot say that this is a perfect film. It's not a perfect film. There are issues in the story. There are things that don't make a lot of sense. There's not very in-depth characterization. But again, I just feel like I said at the top, this is what it is. It is not trying to be anything more than what it is. In the knowledge that it is not a perfect film, I do still believe that my score is probably too high, and I honestly don't care. I just feel like this is a special film, and there is so much nostalgia tied to it for me that really boosts it up. I think that the cast and their performances, everyone wants to be there. Everyone clocked in. Everyone understood the assignment. The fact that they are caricatures normally would annoy me, but the story that they're telling in the limited time that we get with this gigantic cast, I get it. I understand. The set pieces are incredible. The CGI, and that is not something that I list as a pro hardly ever.
No.
The music. To me, each of these things deserves a point on its own.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, the only thing keeping me from giving this a 10 is the fact that it is narratively, it's got some problems. And I can't ignore that.
Yeah.
But with all love, and drawing a big circle in the air, not knowing what it means, I am giving Mars Attacks on a scale from 1 to 10 militant, malevolent Martians.
Very good.
Thank you very much. I'm giving Mars Attacks 9 out of 10 militant, malevolent Martians. I love this movie. I don't know why it fell out of my rotation, but I'm going to put that bitch back in because it shouldn't have. But yeah, it's just a ton of fun. If you accept it for what it is, you're going to have a good time. And if it's not your bag, I totally get that. But it is mine. And I will now open up the floor to you.
I already kind of talked about how much I loved the movie as well. I think what you said really kind of resonated and with me, and I feel that. I think that this movie not only talks to very young me, it also now as an adult, fully understanding every single thing that's happening, all the jokes. You know, it's like, oh my God, this is also for me, period. Just adult me, young me, whatever.
Every version.
Young adult. I was like, this is fucking funny. Mm-hmm. And it is one of those movies, don't look too close into whatever, don't come it for this. You know, it's just a fun fucking time. But it's also one of those things where you can watch it on your own. You can watch it in a group. You can watch it with your family. You can watch it with your friends. Like, this movie is just fun. It's just fucking fun, period. I will sit there and watch this movie and just laugh. That's fine. Like I said, when we watched it, I was like, I knew too. I was like, the kids are going to love this shit. I was like, they've got to watch this. I was like, there's no way they don't love it. But in that, for me, keeps the timelessness of the movie. Yeah, it's supposed to be in the 70s or whatever, however old, whatever it is. But you know what I mean? Yeah,
50s, 60s,
yeah, 50s,
question mark.
Yeah. But again, still watching it, you get the feel of what they were going for and the love they put into it. Because it's very fucking funny. It's very well put together. And I mean, honestly, I think that, again, I understand. If you don't like it, I get it. If you do, I do too. I understand. But again, for me, I love the movie. So on a scale from 1 to 10, militant, malevolent Martians, I'm also going to give Mars Attacks a 9. Again, for me, it's just the nonstop fun. It's just the fun factor of it. It's going to keep throwing it down your throat. It's like, oh, no, you didn't have enough. Here's some more. It's like, okay. And strangely, I'm like, that's fine. Oh, that joke tasted funny, but you don't bring me any more of that. So it's like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So that I am thankful for. But you know what I mean? It is a very fun time. And again, like I said, I feel like this is a movie that could be watched alone or in a group. And it never gets old.
No, I agree with both of you that it's a lot of fun. I always have fun when I watch it. I can't believe it's been so long since I've watched it.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild, honestly, because of how much we had it on rotation whenever we were kids.
Yeah.
Speaking of being a kid, I do have to be true to myself in the fact that I have always had a problem. Always had a problem with the way that this film ends.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realize, I don't remember much of the ending. I don't remember a fucking Nobel Prize and all this, or Medal of Honor.
Medal of Honor.
Yeah, I don't remember that. But watching it now, it's like, what even is this? And this speech is just ass. Like, what the fuck is this?
He's humble. He's an everyman. He's sweet. And that's the hero.
Yeah. What you had said earlier. And again, that's the other thing, is if it's like this studio mandated thing, well, this needs to be the hero. We need this hero. We spend 10 minutes with him?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. I feel like, and that's what I had said at the intro, where it's like this weird balance of who we spend time with. We spend more time with Art.
Yeah. No, we do.
He was trying to open that fucking hotel, man.
Till his dying day. But I mean, I don't know. I think as an adult, I do have those issues with it, as far as like the span of time we spend with each character. I have a big issue with not seeing
Them
Byron
reunite.
Yeah. He just walks into this building. That's it?
Yeah.
What is that?
Hey, Dad.
Yeah. Do you see about the Martians?
Yeah.
Can you believe this shit?
Fucked up. But I do enjoy this film a lot, and it will always be a very fun film for me. Like you had mentioned, just want to again call out the cast, the production design, the fun of it, the music.
Yeah.
The music is just out of this world, no pun intended. But I think that for me, it's those things, and the nostalgia is powerful. And I do absolutely understand how somebody could watch this and say, this is exactly my cup of tea, how somebody else could watch it and throw that cup of tea in your face and say, get that out of here. I understand. So I think what I'm trying to say is, for me, on a scale from 1 to 10 militant, malevolent Martians, I cannot go as far as you guys.
I didn't think anybody would. So.
I got to stay true to child me. And I'm going to give Mars Attacks 7.5 militant, malevolent Martians out of 10. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I think watching it, over 25 years later?
Yeah.
It's going to be just this much fun in another 25 years.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Mars Attacks, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stirhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, it is wonderful to be kind-hearted enough to give a second chance to someone who has fooled you. But when you allow it to happen again and again, the shame is no longer on them. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Yeah! A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers, ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Apollon Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger,
Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie De Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, and Spencer. What a list. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. We really hope you enjoyed this episode and that next week you'll come back. Ack.
Very good.
I tried. Until next time.